Yes, people, happy Friday to you all. Welcome to Beige and Reds TV. It is back again, Friday Night Lime. It is your show for the fans, show for the subscribers, the man them that support us, support the channel over the last 18 months. This is what you all look forward to. 3 times and the third Friday of every month. Pick up to you all. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, share the video, and tell a friend to tell a friend. It's your boy Barnes here, coming to you live. Pops Crab will be joining us later on. I will open up the stream very shortly. As you all can see, there's a poll in there. If you've hit that like button, make sure you hit the poll. And then we got a goal for tonight, people. We want to get at least 10 super chats tonight. Help the channel keep growing, helping us be able to do other things for you. It'll be much appreciative. That goal will be on for the entire stream. Now let's see if we can hit that goal. We're looking for more members as well, so we can start bringing some members content as well to you all. And yeah, just keep plugging away with the man then. But yeah, big up to you all. I see honesty in the chat as always. Adrian, big up to you all. We are streaming 2 places. We are streaming on YouTube and over on X. Those who are watching us on X, if you want to get involved in the chat, get in with the madness, come over into YouTube, get involved, come in, have your say. Yeah, we chop everything up, man. We're not only going to talk about Liverpool, we're going to talk about football, we're going to talk about other clubs. We can talk about anything. The Friday Night Lime is you guys' show, so no holds barred on this one. But yeah, love as always. Big up to D. I see you in there. Hope you're feeling better, my dear. Peoples, let me get into it, man. I'm gonna put it in right now. The link to the stream is there. It is pinned. Let me see who we can get up in there. Big up, Alice. Big up as always. Love for all the members as well that's been rocking us. Honesty's been a member with us from day one. Big up Adrian as well, has been a member for us for a while. Honesty is leading the pack of everyone. I am pretty sure he's coming up to 1 year as being a member with the channel. Man, loving the support as always, people. Love and support as always. As you can see, I got the microphone showing. Hopefully the sound and the volume's nice for you guys. And yeah, we're going to have a killer show. That is for sure. Peoples. Look at me getting some feedback there. Don't listen to myself talking. I ain't that nice. Honestly said we should do a watch along for the game. I got to see where that is actually going to be showing so I can see if I can get it here for you guys. And maybe we do. We do a watch along the same time. I don't know. I miss football. I'm sure you guys do as well. Well, the news for Liverpool this week, people, as on top of everyone's mind, David Coote doing a bit of madness. I think he's going to get the book thrown at him, to be honest with you. I don't think he survives this. I really don't. But he fully deserves whatever is coming to him, because what he did was a whole bunch of madness. It showed the corruption, and it showed the stuff that we already knew when it comes to Liverpool and how these referees operate. We've seen it over time. So nothing new for us. It's just everyone's just think that we were just chatting all the time and not speaking the truth. Just goes to show that we weren't making it all up, right? There was agendas. Seems to be a lot of that going on these days. Agendas. It's pretty crazy. Surinam's playing Canada right now too, in the CONCACAF League of Nations. That's what it is. I'm wondering what time that guy. I see Honduras and Mexico is on the list too. What time's that game on at Honesty? Uruguay, Colombia. Be a pretty good game to watch still. Yeah, I agree, Alice. I fully agree. Throw everything at him. Everything. The book. Doesn't matter to me. I don't care if he referees another game ever in his life. When you do foolishness like that, You go and call out a manager and you call him, see you next Thursday, but you put the word German in front of it. Yeah. Now you're going way over the top. He didn't have to say those things, but when people are under influence, when the second video came out, it kind of solidified for me what I felt, that he must have been under the influence of something. So said, so done. So said, so done. There's also the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight tonight as well, over on Netflix. Curious to see how that one's gonna go. A lot of people are saying Jake Paul, nobody giving Mike any shot to come and win that fight. But all I can say is if Tyson get a good one on him, yeah, he might go down and he might lose. So we will have to see. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can find it. I can see if I can find it online. If I can watch it. You say about 25 minutes, so about 7 o'clock. Let's see. Let's see if I can see it, because that would be pretty interesting if I do get it. See, over here in Canada, we have to see if it's either showing on DAZN or over on Fubo. That's the that's where we would have to get it from. So I'm here checking Fubo right now to see if I see it, and then I will check DAZN right after and see if we can catch that, because that would be pretty good. 7 o'clock. It's Botswana, Suriname, and Canada. I don't see it over here. I do not see it over here. Mexico is at 9. Yeah, we're gonna have to check DAZN. But yeah, what are people saying, man? What are people saying? Crypto 2021. Tribalism is real. We got rinsed for 3+ prem titles with Klopp. He was mentally drained. Bless him. He pushed us to levels on season, and that's with corruption from refs. 100%. We should have 2 prem titles now, but we're not gonna get them. That's under the bridge. That ship has sailed. It's unfortunate, to be honest with you. But yeah, crypto 2021. If you into the crypto, you must be laughing, because that's gone pretty crazy this over the last few weeks. I ain't gonna lie. It's gone pretty crazy over the last few weeks. I'm still trying to find it, honestly. Let me see if I can see it. That's all in Nations League stuff. Really? DAZN is seems to be only covering the Nation League. Oh, hold on. Oh no, that's Australia versus Dominican Republic. That's not good. Liverpool have reportedly inquired about Cherki ahead of the January window as they're looking to take advantage of Lyon's current situation. It will cost 25 million. Yeah, Lyon's in. They're gonna get relegated at the end of the season. It looks like Lyon will. That's a bit crazy, but Cherki's a good player. Cherki's a very good player. That'd be a steal still at 25 million. But you know, Liverpool can't be the only team that will be going in for him. There's no way. I highly doubt that. Highly doubt that he would be the only person going in for him. To be fair, there will be a fair amount of people at Lyon that's going to leave. That is pretty crazy. I'm curious to see who is in that squad. I don't keep too much on track with French teams, but we're gonna find out now. Let's see. Liga. I'm looking to see Lyon. Yeah, here we go. Let's find out. Let's find out who's on this full squad. Nakate Musa. Okay. Mamadou. He's injured. Ryan Cherokee. Yep. Oh, Lacazette's on that squad. Interesting. Wilfred Zaha is over there too. Whoa. Okay. I didn't know that he went over there at all. Malik Fofana, yeah. Know about him. Yeah, they're gonna lose a few players. I ain't gonna lie. That's sad. But hey, if your club's doing madness, then you gotta deal with the consequences. That's the way I see it. As much as we slate FSG for not spending money, for not retooling, for doing a bit of a madness, the one thing that we gotta say and be happy with our owners is that we are not doing any foolishness to get ourselves into trouble. That is the truth. Liverpool have offered Trent Alexander-Arnold a new contract that would make him the highest paid player in the Premier League. I don't know if I would be going that high, to be honest with you, honesty. He should not be making more than more, to be honest. I wouldn't do that. I'd rather let him go away, to be honest, and run away if that's what it's about. I don't think he deserves to get a bigger contract, but I don't think he should be making more than Mo or Virgil, in my opinion. Paul Pogba is now a free agent. What you saying? Pogba 1 season at LFC, win the Prem at OT and that. Because I saw shameless, Manchester United fans would get rattled. Exactly, Liam. That would rattle those men. That would rattle them. And just to have some laughs, man, yeah, do it. Bring Pogba. Bring Pogba. Bring in Pogba. Bring him. Pogba's good quality, man. Bring him. Bring him into Liverpool. I all for it. Bring him. I all for it, man. Yeah, for honesty, you're right. Trent wants to play. Yeah, exactly, Alice. So let him just go if he wants. Business-wise, FSG is calm on the pitch stuff. You're mid. You're no shit for them. It's top 4 trophies or a bonus. That's my problem. Yeah, it's the same problem I have. It's the exact same problem I have. I think they lack ambition. They run this club like it's a business, and that is what it is for them, and they always will be for them. You know what I mean? They're not going to have the ambition to go and win trophies and go after trophies every single season and just go balls to the wall. You know what I mean? I like ownership that has that ambition, and ours don't. And that is my problem with them. I don't have an issue with them and how they run, how they are as business people. I think they're very smart and they're shrewd in what they do. But from a standpoint of them reinvested in the club and doing the things that's necessary for us to just keep ticking over year in and year out and be competitive every single season, and then leave it up to the quality of the players to get the results along with the coaches and the management staff. Yeah, that's the way you should be doing it, but they operate a little bit differently. If Trent Mo VVD leaves, they will not spend for replacement at say level. No, they would not. But honestly, I think Virgil's contract is soon to be locked up. That's the last information I heard regards to that he gonna be locked up soon. So he will resign. I think Mo is going to resign as well. Trent is the one that I think that may go away because I think he's intrigued with the whole Real Madrid thing. But yeah, we'll wait and see. Big up Red for Life. Big up. The link is in the chat, people. So if anyone want to jump in, come on in. Let's chat. Let's chop it up. Let's chop it up. You hear some people saying they can come in with some madness today, so maybe this is a calm before the storm. But I'm all for it. I am all for it. Yeah, honestly, I don't think those are showing on those channels like I was telling you. I don't think so at all. Red for Life, you're getting prepared for the cold. You got your winter tires on. You're all prepared. You're all ready. I know I am. I don't like this time of the year, but hey, we live in Canada, so what are we gonna do? We choose to live here, so we just had to suck it up and deal with the weather. ourselves. But tomorrow should be nice. Tomorrow should be nice weather-wise. Think I can put up some Christmas decorations outside the house tomorrow. Put up my lights and stuff when it's a little decent weather. That way, I'm not freezing my hands off when I got to climb up a ladder. Yeah, I prefer to do it that way. But what are people saying, man? What are people saying? Soon reach, Maddie? Yeah. I know you coming in with madness. Hey, Revelation North Face in full effect, you know. Yeah, facts. I gotta see if I find that game, honestly, because got me interested in finding that game. Columbia. See if we can find this. Yeah, CJ did do his thing for sure. I get with England and got man in match. Happy for him, man. Super happy for him. It's a World Cup qualifier too. That's crazy. Yeah, Liam. Everybody thinking we going in for Zubimendi. It is possible. It is very, very possible. Who knows? He would definitely help us. That's for sure. Trying to see where we gonna find this game. Let's see. Let's see. See if we can find it. You want Shurameni? Shurameni would be nice for our midfield too. Either or, you can't go wrong. To be honest, either or, you can't go wrong. Anyone in the chat like me that start putting up Christmas decorations? My tree already up. I like early. I like it being early. Big up, Trigger. Big up, brother. Yeah, I put up mine already. Tree, all up. Inside decorations, all done. It's just the outside to be done though. It's my favorite time of the year, man. I like Christmas. There's lots of football. There's lots of food. There's lots of rum. Yeah. That made me happy. I got all three of them, and I with my family. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Big up Mahali, maybe Dom leave in the summer. That is possible. That's very possible. But I don't think they're gonna let him go so far. If rivals say Trent ain't all that, but then they compare every right back to Trent, I don't get it. Yeah, rivals are just they waffle, man. They waffle a lot, to be honest. They waffle a lot. Yeah, we got busy December. 9 games. Let's take a peep at them games and what we got coming up for December. Because we got a whole slew of games. Let me chat about the fixture. Big up Mahaley. Big up. Make sure y'all smashing those likes, please. Fixtures. Let's take a look. So coming up, as we all know, we got Southampton next week. And then after that, we got Real Madrid coming to Liverpool in the Champions League. That's going to be a really good game. I'm going to see if we can get a watch along done for that game. I will talk to the man dem, see if that will happen. And then we got Manchester City on December 1st. We got Newcastle on the 4th, so 3 days later at St. James's Park. That is going to be crazy. I didn't see it, honestly. I heard about it. I heard Doak had Guavidal on toast, to be honest. I heard he had him on toast. Netherlands versus Hungary, a good game tonight. Is that tonight? Oh, yeah, Red for Life. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, nice classic LFC jersey. Yeah. Classic football shirts. Oh, shoot. I didn't even know I was in New York this weekend and this summer. I didn't even know they had that store there. Jeez. Okay. Netherlands, Hungary. A good game. Maybe. Is Virgil playing in that game? Does anyone know? Because he had a suspension, didn't he? He had a suspension. I wonder if that's... wonder if that's going to play. Let me see. I'm not carrying me all the way there. That is not good. Where is it? Let's see. Today. Oh, there's Cyprus and Lithuania. Nah, I don't even see it on my end. That's crazy. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. We only saw the Man City store. Yeah, he did, honestly. He did do a free kick. I was killing me about him is that how is it that he is do this all the time for Hungary and then when it comes to Liverpool, the man's can do nothing so. That's what's frustrate me about him, man. Madness. Big up, Murray. Big up as always, my friend. Big up as always. I'm trying to see if I can find this game with Uruguay and Colombia. Trying to see if I could find it. Got to see. Let's see. We gonna find it though. We gonna find it, people. We will find it. Big up, Scraps. Big up. Big up. Make sure you guys hit the like. 23 of you in here. Well, 21. There's only 2 over on X. The 2 over on X, come over to YouTube and join us. The link is in the chat. It is pinned to the chat, people. So y'all can get in when you are ready. 92% said yes. And don't forget, we have a goal. See if we can get 10 super chats tonight. Let's see. Klopp was one of a kind, but this slot fella is more level-headed. We would leak goals on the clock too often, could feel it in every game. We were just annoying with the heavy metal football. We're just exactly, enjoying the heavy metal football, but we were always worried, to be honest with you. We were always says, man, I feel we can give up a goal. And it still seeps into some people this season that they think that we will concede. Crab is like that. Crab always feels that we can concede because when we were always on the clock, we would definitely concede a goal because of the way we played football. I like the more controlled play for Slot and the team right now. They're more efficient, but I miss the heavy metal football still. I miss Jurgen Klopp, but I don't think about him much because we're enjoying what we're seeing now. Now, if Liverpool was doing extremely bad, yeah, I think a lot of fans would be saying we wish Klopp was here, but I don't think anyone's saying that right now. But maybe some people are. Who knows? Who knows? Look who's joined. And I know he coming in with the madness right now. Maddie?
What up, Barnes? What's going on? What's going on? Good evening, people.
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
Chilling like a villain with that looking at this country with their crazy nonsense getting ready to get the hell out.
Which country?
It has a place. It have owners from the FSG. I can't remember the name, but they're from the FSG. FSG from there.
Oh, so you want some new owners, obviously. You've been saying that for a while. You want new owners. I want them too.
No. FSG from there. I want them out and I'm getting out at the same time.
Also, so you want them out, but you getting out. You getting out where you leaving the US?
Hell yeah.
Why?
I'm not sitting around for the second coming of Hitler.
Stop that. Stop
Listen,
that noise.
y'all don't know that fella. Y'all don't know that fella.
Stop that noise. Don't listen to mainstream media. That's
Y'all,
all I
y'all,
can tell
y'all
you.
will see.
Don't listen to mainstream, bro.
Media. I'm boots on the ground. Which part that idiot is?
What you can do about Trinidad?
No, I'm heading back to the UK.
Or back to the UK? Also, you got to watch a lot of football then.
I watch football wherever I am. They can't stop me from
But
watching.
you're going to see them live now.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Once I settle down into the new job and all that other stuff, like, yep,
Yeah.
part of the plan.
Big up, Ravi. So when you planning to make this move?
If things go according to plan, just before Christmas.
Oh, wow. Wow. Quick.
Yeah, hauling ass, partner, hauling ass.
Big up, Godfrey. Big up as always. Big up.
So
Hey.
so going off of that, off of the craziness, onto another craziness. So what's up with the likes of Neville and Carragher, brown nosing the PGMOL stuff like? Well,
Neville and the
what
two
is
of
their
them got
purpose?
agendas. The two of them are just pundits. They got no loyalties to anything but themselves, to be honest with you. So, yeah. I don't listen to the two of them anymore because I just can't be bothered. I can be honest.
Well, I never really listened to them, but like when you see the thumbnails come up where they talking shit or they supporting the referee and stuff, and I'm like, and even these people on Talk Sport and talking about his personal life, what drugs are they on?
Yeah.
Because basically you trying to tell me that is just like a damn judge. A judge have certain bias and stuff, and that come out and you're still gonna let him sit on a bench and run a court system.
We've seen it recently with judges doing a bit of madness and on the take.
Well, them and judges, them is stooges. Let's get the term correct. Stooges.
It did happen in New York recently.
Again, stooges. See why I'm getting the hell out?
Right?
Even the Supreme Court is corrupt now.
Man, I think there's lots of corruption everywhere, to be honest with you.
Oh no. That is true. It happens everywhere. But there now it's flagrant, partner. Flagrant. As I said, I am good. But yeah, this clown, like, I'm confused. They're checking for AI and all of this and all of that. Like, man,
David Coop.
I don't even want to give him. I don't even want to give him. Bring him to life. Just say that ref. That ref.
I call him his name. You mean David Coop, the fraudster.
That ref. And as I say, it's just amazing because what would have been their reaction if this was going on at the World Cup and he had those views? What would they be coming out and saying then?
He would be off from the World Cup. He wouldn't be in World Cup games.
Nobody will be coming out on his behalf and talking no spew either.
Yeah. Yeah, the live stream for Tyson Paul Dakota is at 8 on Netflix.
What is that, tonight or tomorrow?
Tonight.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's tonight. That's tonight. I think Tyson will win, but hey,
Listen, I've seen dude training and all that sort of shit, and how he's still hitting on the measurements on the bag and stuff. Yeah, okay. If he goes down under some punk nonsense, we know it's a fix. Plain and
Yeah, 100%.
simple.
Just
That's
for
gonna be a
for the
fix.
money standpoint. Yeah, I don't. I know, man. This whole Coot thing, I just want him to just get the book thrown at him. Lose his job, lose everything. I perfectly fine with it. Never be able to referee a game ever, not even in the Sunday league. I am fully for all of it. All of it. I am not for it. I don't like corruption. I'm not.
But it's not even
I don't like.
it's not even corruption alone. When you could come out and you can say some of those things that is kind of like walking on that side and how you hate people and all that sort of stuff. Basically, guess what? You're fascist. You know, yeah, I'm not making shit up. Listen to the video. He hate Liverpool, he hates Scousers and all that sort of stuff. Like, get the hell out of here. But
Sounded
again,
like
as I said,
Kamala.
that's 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 these suckers and them. That's these suckers and them.
Yeah.
Me,
Yeah, you
yeah.
should be banned for life. Should be
I,
banned for life.
I not encouraging anything, but they was to keep him in a game. Yeah, guess what? Rocks. That's all I got to say. Rocks.
Big up,
Big stone.
Sean.
Big stone.
Well, he got caught on video. He was foolish to film it and say that you don't let that come out, and it got out. When people get fed up, then two of them, he and whoever the other gentleman in the video was, the two of them must have had a fallout. So
No, but you know what as I said, Neville, Carragher, and all these other guys who talking in support of him, his personal life is his personal life. All of them are a bunch of punks. Because you want to know why? If the shoe was turned and somebody was doing something vile, they would want somebody to speak up on what that person doing in private, whether they're friends or not. But all of a sudden, oh, it's his private life. Like, guess what? The only thing is a secret is when it's kept to your damn self. Once you share, it does not become a secret. And as I said, kudos to whoever leaking all those videos. I applaud them because guess what? Needs to be seen. When they're running for politics, don't they not do the same thing to politicians? Find every bit of dirt they could find and throw it out and sling them? But oh, it's a referee. Get the hell out of here, as I say, big stone in the ass.
apparently, the person that filmed it got suspended from his job. Why he get suspended? Why he got suspended?
Ah, if that is true, as I said, how
I
ironic. How
I tried to figure out that though. Why would he get suspended? Would he only film it? He insist. Oh well, he did say some madness too that they hated Scouters, so that's probably why he got suspended. So good for them. Good for them.
flock together.
Birds of a feather flock together. Exactly. Big up, Crab. Big up.
I got no love for them. I got no respect for them. So I'm good. Like whatever.
You sound very angry, man. You sound angry, man. You sound defeated.
Nah, hell no. I'm never angry. I'm always calm. I always control.
You
Always
sound
control.
defeated.
Nah, never that. When something does not suit you or something that brings you happiness in your life, you move on. What the heck you getting angry for? Like hell no. Like please. As I said, I just don't understand where all this these people, especially ex-players who in a position to, bring some credibility to the game and stuff, they turning around and saying that. But then again, look who they are. One who spit on a girl and the next one just a goddamn loon. So.
Well, when you heard that Neville said that he should just be suspended for Liverpool games, then to me that was just a stupid comment, because if he is allowed then to go and referee City games or Arsenal's games, now to still get back at Liverpool, he could be biased in those games and have a direct result in a league, right? So I don't think he should be allowed to referee any game again. Period. Like I said, I don't think he should. His referee badge should be taken away. It should be stripped from him, and he should never be, not even Sunday school or Sunday league, he should be able to referee. The man who allegedly appeared in leaked David Coop video suspended for job over years in Clark Rant, former Nottinghamshire share cricketer Ben Kidd. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I banned him as far as I'm concerned. Banned him. I'm fully down. Fully down. But how's the week been, Matty? Outside of football?
I'm recovering. Last weekend I was at Spartan Race all day Saturday. Then Sunday I was at the half marathon Boston as the one of the bike spotters, and then from that I went and finished off a shift down at Fenway for the Spartan Race. So the past 3 weekends have just been mad, literally.
And this weekend, you got things going on this weekend too?
Sunday I have an event to do. Tomorrow looks like it will be my down day, so we can only hope so. It gives me a chance to catch up. It gives me a chance to throw out some of the old t-shirts and them that I really need to wear and stuff, and start my full suitcase done pack already. So it's my carry-on and the other one have to finish packing.
You going for good? You serious?
Hell yeah. The only time I'm going to be coming back is when I have to come back to do like the marathon and stuff on the Spartan team, and if any relative pass away. That's the only way they get me back inside of here. Anything else? Hell to the no.
I've seen him meltdowns in the last 2 weeks in the States. I've been laughing at it still.
Oh no, I'm not having a meltdown.
No, I know you aren't, but I've been seeing the ones in the States.
Let's just see. It have some stuff coming down the pipeline where a lot of parents is going to be moaning and crying, and we're not talking about young kids.
I hope you're not talking about our Project 2025 stuff.
Oh no, we're talking about war. There's stuff coming down the pipe. Yeah, watch and see. You remember, and you'll be like, damn, Maddie's really a madman. He the clock tells the time correct at least twice a day. Just remember, there's stuff coming down the pipeline.
I don't think that's gonna happen, to be honest.
Oh yeah? Okay. You're going to see some stuff going on down in the Middle East, and it's going to be like, yikes. What a lot of people fail to understand, the whole world is changing and leaving a certain set of people behind, and they are trying to still interject themselves, because a lot of people fail to realize, right? The Panama Canal does not belong to the US anymore. Do you know Mexico is also building a segue from the Atlantic to the Pacific?
Well, you from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific, you would mean.
Yep. So it's going to be literally supplementing just like the Panama Canal.
That is a fact there, honesty. That is a very true comment.
Listen, I am not, as I say, I don't care if you vote for a goat or a cow. It doesn't bother me. It's the destruction that one person brings that's going to cause a lot of strife, grief, and all that sort of stuff, because a lot of people don't know it have a lot of stuff that are making the news already. You should see some beat downs some people don't catch already. And I mean some beat downs, some beat down. And it ain't no, as I say, oh this one vex because this one win or anything like that. Is the ones who have their boy there now start to get more entitled and stuff, and they trying to get froggy and stuff, and shit been happening already. And as I tell people, I say, if people don't want to believe me, okay, come, we'll revisit this thing in 4 years time and we'll see who laughs last.
But a lot of this has been happening for the last 3 years, right?
But you ever hear the thing what they say, a gush of water is preceded by a drip? And it's been dripping.
It wasn't been dripping, it's been gushing.
As I said, well, then it's going to be a deluge now. It's going to be a waterfall. It's going to be a ravine, and as I said, I am good. As I said, it's like I tell people, it don't bother me at all, because guess what? It ain't my home. I can leave any goddamn day I want. I have multiple.
You're a U.S. citizen too, as well?
Multiple, more than two. Hell no, never took that.
Oh, okay.
Never took that.
Fair enough. Now, you know what?
I kept my status when I went out of the country and came back. I went into the other line.
Fair enough. My take on it, honestly, is that
so you really think we're gonna be?
Yeah, I do. Because nothing can convince me otherwise than the 4 years that this other person was in power, everybody was living pretty good. There's nothing to tell me that anything was bad at that point. That was at the one point in time in 4 years that we didn't have no wars. And if people want to really go down deep of it, if you study the last 16 years, 12 of the 16 was ran by one side. My biggest thing is I don't like what's happening at the borders.
Like I said, Barnes.
And I don't like the woke culture. Leave the kids alone.
Well, that is shambles. That's shambles. The whole thing about the women with termination and stuff and all that sort of stuff. Like, I'm sorry, but as I said, thank God I got no kids in this place, so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. And then
I don't got
one side saying
football anyway.
I know we can go back to that, but one side saying that we want to protect women's freedoms, but then you are allowing them biological men to compete in women's sports. How are you protecting the women at that point? That's my golden question. And it's a common sense question.
Well, the whole thing about it, as I said, the whole world has kind of
gone crazy.
The world has kind of gone mad.
Yeah, of course,
gone mad. And the thing the thing that I tell people, and as I say, I like shutting down people when they say, okay, yeah, okay, y'all want to have y'all issues with these certain individuals on their how they identify, then keep it a buck. Because what they're not telling people, they started putting trade pressure and all kind of pressure on Jamaica because Jamaica rejected two of their one of them is a diplomat and I guess their partner coming down into Jamaica, and Jamaica said no, you can't do it. We don't go for it. We don't There's nothing that we support. But they're in a big old tiff about it. So as I said, frying pan calling the kettle black.
Hmm. A lot of the Caribbeans taking that stance, to be fair.
Frying pan calling the kettle black. And it's documented. So again, no, I'm not making shit up. It's documented. So as I
No,
said,
you're not.
I ain't got time for it. As I said, I'm out of this madness. This madness will not envelop me. Yeah,
The
man.
UK has got their
I'm
own
good.
madness up there too, to be fair. So you might be running from one, but you might be
There's
going into
madness
the next.
everywhere, but guess
Yeah,
what?
it's true. In Canada too, there's madness here too. Don't worry.
Nah. Yeah, as I said,
Pick up
the whole
Alex.
thing about it, what's starting to happen is, I tell people, the world is catching up. All these places they call for their rights, they're rejecting stuff, and until they fix some of these things, immigrations, I'm sorry to say, is just part of their policies. They create most of this stuff that's going on. So again, hey, be careful what
Yeah,
you plant because you're gonna reap the benefits of it sooner or later, whether good or bad.
yeah.
You know,
Agreed.
that's how I look at
Agreed.
it. As I said, I'm on a plain level field, so I'm good. You know,
Good. Big up,
I am
bro.
good.
First time caller. First time caller. Big up to you.
Yeah, first time caller. Yeah, yeah. From the United States. I'm watching the Uruguay Colombia game in front of me. It's a pretty decent
I'm
game,
trying
to
to
be honest
find
with
it.
you.
I'm trying to find it. I can't
Yeah,
seem to find it.
yeah. I have it in the Arabic channels. Like that. That's where I get all my football from. So that's kind
Oh,
of how
okay,
I got
okay.
it. Yeah, Richard
So what's going on?
Leo's like he did a really nice cross to Duran, and he was like this close to scoring. So it was like so far Colombia are doing okay. And Uruguay are doing a physical game. That's kind of how they usually do it.
Yeah.
Nunes is pretending to play football, so there's always that. But Diaz is playing well. Diaz is playing well. Diaz is doing well. But yeah,
Let's
yeah,
leave
yeah.
Darwin alone, man. Let's leave Darwin alone. Darwin can come good,
Uh,
people. He can come good. Y'all can see. He can
uh,
come good.
yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, we're winning games, so I can't complain about it too much. But like, I mean, if we need to improve something, we can start there. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Wait. What about Jota? Why Darwin? Why it can't be on Jota?
Jota, I'm not gonna lie to you. Jota, I'm had enough with him too. We definitely do need a striker. Ideally, I would like for us to get somebody in January, but like you know how it is in January, you can't really get quality strikers on January. But that is an area that we need improvement on because
Yeah.
we can't just keep on doing this with Jota, bro. Like, first of all, he got to stop letting people fall on top of him. Okay, like he can't handle that. Like like he always sticks himself into a physical battle and his body's not equipped to handle that, because he gets injured all the time. So like he got to stop doing that, and then like he got to be playing a little bit more careful and cautious so he won't get injured a lot. But like yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. But yeah,
Mari's
Jota.
a big Darwin supporter, man.
No, okay,
Mari's
okay,
coming out. You see?
okay.
This is a show.
I
Jota for
honestly,
Gyökeres.
yeah. Joker's yeah, it's good, but like it's too much of a risk, bro. Like like you buy somebody for 100 million. If he don't bang, you just look silly, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the
Yeah,
issue with that one. Yeah.
I want the Prince, to be honest with you.
The you guys calling him the prince now?
Yeah. He's not the king. There's only one king, and he is on the
There's
right
one
wing
here.
already. But yeah, we want the
Yeah.
Prince. We want the Prince.
I gotta lie, like he looks good for Frankfurt. This is like his outstanding season so far. You know what I'm saying? Like last season, nobody's really paying attention to him, but we were linked with him before that. Like we wanted him for a good minute. You know what I'm saying? So I
Yeah,
think this is might be somewhat of a data signing. Like so that's a good thing. Like if this is like a data signing, I'm all in for it because they might be seeing something that we're not. You know what I'm saying?
agreed.
But so far, what I'm seeing is like to me, it looks like he's just having an outstanding season. That's what it just looks like to me at this point. Like he could come good, he could not come good, but he does look promising. You know what I'm saying? Like it's still
No,
another risk there too. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
I
but
agree.
it's like a low risk. It's not like a high risk with Gakaris. Like Gakaris, if he comes in, he has to be start banging goals. Like we buy him
100%.
for 100. You buy him for 100 million first season, minimum 40 goals, minimum. Like we buy that guy for that amount of money. You got to come in, and you got to bang it in goals, like
Yeah,
40 goals at least. You know what I'm saying? You got to do like a Mohamed Salah first season. Like you got to do a
yeah,
Salah first season. Yeah. Like at this point in our stage, we can't buy projects no more. Like players got to come in, they got to go into the first team and got to bang. You know what I'm saying? Like
yes,
that's how we got to look at signings now. You know what I'm saying? We got to get like a Van Dijk Salah level signing. You know who just comes in and just changes the team like that. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
that's kind of how
yeah,
I see
yeah.
it. Yeah. Yeah.
I agree. No, good take. Yeah, it's good points. Very, very good
Yeah.
points.
Yeah. We
We
have
do
enough
need.
kids. Yeah. We have
Yeah,
enough
but
youngsters.
we can't
Mm,
we can't go on this premise of getting only 18 players,
mm.
18 type of players. We got to have the plan Bs that can develop.
Yeah, we have them. We have Basage who's out on loan. I do like the youngster from last season. What's his name? McConnell or something like that. Yeah, he was
Oh, the
good,
young kid.
bro. Yeah, he was good. He was really good. He was like playing in like the holding midfielder role. Like he was kind of distributing the ball from back and all that.
Yeah,
I do like Kumas. Kumas looked really good when we brought him in. Yeah. Like we do have some good youngsters, to be fair. Like we can fall back on if like these guys don't work out. But like yeah.
we still have
So
Ben Doak
Yeah,
there. That we.
they're like 3 years before they start hitting where we need them to hit, because not all of them is like on a kind of a Trent style.
yeah.
So, as I said, all these
Mm.
players in them who we kind of looking at, they're gonna be costing top dollar,
Yeah.
Yeah,
top
Yeah, with the
dollar.
market now these days, it's been
You know,
inflated. So this is
and
inflation. So like you gotta pay big bucks
and
now to get players.
people talking
yeah, I
about
agree.
January with Zoom. Zoom,
Oh my God.
I don't want Zoom. He ain't coming here. He
Zubimendi.
ain't
Thing
coming
is,
here.
my
The
problem with he's
person
too
who they
perfect,
need
bro.
to go and yeah, he ain't coming
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, he's exactly what
He
we
ain't
need in the
coming here.
midfield, but he just don't want to come. That's the problem.
Stiller. That's
Like
all
it's
I
just
got
like it's
to
like
say.
it's like yeah.
Stiller.
So you take
Yeah,
Shurameni
Stiller's good.
instead
Yeah, I
then?
like Stiller.
We get Stiller.
So many his injury is a problem.
Too much
He's
money.
getting a lot of injuries in Madrid. No, I don't think it's too much money, but I think he's getting injured a lot in Madrid, and he doesn't even play that much. That's the scary part. Like he's
Yeah,
not like a regular starter there, and he's getting a
Do you
lot
know?
of injuries.
Yeah, but do you know how much money? What's too
It's
many
been
salary in
reported
Madrid
like
right now?
60.
60 million apparently.
Yeah,
That's not bad.
yeah.
No. So no, per week, what does he get?
I don't know. Do you know?
Let's find out. I can tell you right now.
He ain't climbing down for that salary to come for less.
I
I
think
think
he's
it's
lost favor though. That's the
You-
problem in Madrid.
mm,
Let's see. I can tell you right now. Ooh, he's on 240,000 euro a week.
Eesh. Yeah. Zubimendi is gonna be
Okay,
a
then.
lot less. Yeah. I'll be honest. I got a hot take. I don't think he's even that good, to be honest with you.
Sure,
Stella
many.
would be even
Yeah,
less.
I don't think he's even that good. Like he's athletic, so that's something that we need in the midfield. Like he can cover ground, he can body people, he can but like on the ball, he's kind of like he's press resistance, but he's not good in the ball. He can't split a defense with a pass. You know what I'm saying? He's not like that kind of midfielder.
Yeah,
But like he's decent. Yeah,
he's more of a destroyer, to be honest with you. But him playing
yeah,
in the double pivot with Grav actually would be good, and it would be able to allow McAllister to play in the 10 position, which would only strengthen our midfield, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Because then you can have Dom coming off the bench. Big up 12th man, my brother. How's it going?
I heard Dom,
What up,
so
Paul?
you know.
Nah,
American
I
Scouts,
was
the link is pinned in the chat. Yeah, no, I wasn't slating John. I'm just saying that if we got Shirameni to be the destroyer in a double pivot and you have Grav next to him, now you can allow Mac to go in the 10 position, and then you just bolster your midfield with having Dom coming off the bench for a different type of role in the later stages of the game. So I think it just shores up the midfield even more if you had Shirameni instead of Zubimendi from having a destroyer, because Shirameni and Zubimendi are two different players completely. Shirameni is more of a destroyer. Zubimendi is more of a ball playing DM per se. So completely two different players. But if Slot wants to have a sit-in midfielder to protect the back line, then Shirameni probably would be the best option to do at that point in time, and it will allow Grav to have his silky turns, control the ball, get rid of the, you know what I mean, get rid of the ball and move the ball forward into McAllister in the 10, who would be way more creative than Dom is. And then you don't have to rely on McAllister to do all of that running that he currently does. Because I don't know about you guys, but he don't look real good right now because I think he's carrying an injury for some particular reason. Dom
he
just
looks fatigued like crazy, bro. Like the
Yeah.
man, he just walks in the pitch tired. Like that's how crazy it is, bro. Like it takes him 2 hours for him to go from one side of the pitch to another, and he just looks worn out, bro. Like like I think we should bench him for a little bit. Like we should give him some like I know he always likes to go to Argentina, which is annoying. I don't know why he keeps on going to international break. He should take a break from that. But like, yeah, like we should bench him for a little bit, like because Curtis Jones is looking really good, so we can play him in a couple of games just to give him a rest. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Big up to Derek.
I didn't know what was going on. Sorry, I heard voice, but his screen was frozen for a second. I'm like, is there someone else in here? Sorry.
12, how you doing, bro? How you doing?
Good. Got a little bit of a break from the actual shows that I do. So I'm taking this time to kind of like, be able to watch, like be able to partake and not have to like be under the clock to like take off. And also I am doing this shameless plug, but I am going to be doing a show tomorrow, and I'm going to actually enlighten people on the importance and the value of the boss, our virtual Red Bull, all right, on this Reds team, Dominic Szoboszlai.
Oh, okay. I don't know if he's our boss, but okay.
Big up, Philip. Man, really, 12th man. You don't need to go deep into it with Dom, to be honest.
Yeah. Pause on that, but yeah.
Oh man. Yeah.
We all know what Dom is, bro. He's the money maker, bro. Come on, man. This is like, he brings in the female audience. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no,
yeah. Big up, you never walk alone. McAllister playing nonstop for 2 years. Also, ex-girlfriend suing him. Oh, what? Really? She's suing him. Ooh.
What's happening?
Ex-girlfriend. Okay. Ain't he married though? Ain't McAllister married?
Not certain.
I don't think he is. No.
Okay. Ex-girlfriend, you got ex-girlfriend problems.
She,
First, Dom had ex-girlfriend problems. Now
she's
McAllister.
suing
got-
him for not getting married to her.
Big up, Crab. What's going on, bro?
Yo, big up the panel, man. Malik Mahdi, Malik
Colombia
12,
just scored.
Malik Abdel, or Abdelay. I'm not sure. I messed up your
Abdelaziz.
name, bro.
No, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
I'm here for the Robo thing. You know, anybody got Robo
Robo.
problems? Call a freaking me right now.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let me
I got
go.
you back on that one.
Who's
Nah,
gonna
Robo's
slay
my guy,
Robo?
bro. I got no problem.
1-0. 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0. Free kick from Rios, man. That's killer, bro.
Oh
Was it
yeah,
Rios or
yeah,
someone
that's it.
else?
I meant Robbo got a international win today for the team
Yep,
he captains.
against Croatia.
Yep, Scotland.
Yep.
Got the
Big up
1-0 win.
yourself, Robo. Huh?
I heard Ben Doak had Guavidol on spin cycle apparently.
Yep.
Oh yeah. He
Yup.
was off on that game. Yeah. Yeah. He was twisting him around like crazy. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Y'all can
Yeah.
still tell me Guardiola is a better left back than Robertson. Man, stop it, man. Stop it.
You know, crazy thing is in our last game, he was a silent hero. Actually, Bravo was our best player in that game. Like he was covering everything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
He did very well in the last game. Yes.
That's the
Yeah.
thing.
He
I get it.
redeemed
Like everybody
himself.
said his legs gone, right? It's facts. He's not the same runner as he used to be 4 years ago. But to me, it's still a good left back defensively. Very good.
Good.
Yeah.
Yes. Good.
Need
Yes.
And
younger
he's
legs
also
to
like a
come in,
leader
but-
too, so that's good to have.
It is. You hear the interview with him and Mo and Allison?
Yeah, the round table. I actually watched
Yeah,
that today.
man.
It was pretty good
Watch
still.
that, bro.
It's pretty good. If anyone
Round
haven't
Table
watched
is
the
awesome.
round table
Awesome.
with Mo, Ali, and Robbo, very good watch. It was like half an hour long. Very well done. Very well done.
Yeah.
Robo's a gel, fam. He's a gel in that team, you know.
Yeah.
Seriously.
He absolutely is.
He is, man. So
You
yeah,
know, like
that's
the
another-
best part.
Maddie though, because I know Maddie got a problem with Robertson. So Maddie, that for you, man.
Nope. Again, you're lying, lobster. You're lying.
I don't lie on Trini, man. Don't do it.
He called him a lion lobster, you
Because
know,
what-
not even a crab, a
It's all good.
lobster.
At least
Because
he
what
upgraded you from crab to lobster. That's like an upgrade.
Lobster's
though, I
proper
think,
though. I
right?
appreciate that.
Because
Yeah.
what I've always said that Slot is doing this season is he is sharing the load between
Pause.
the two people.
Hmm.
Because if you was to put Robbo and play him all season starting, I can guarantee you he would not be looking as good as he's looking currently.
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
that's
You're right.
so that has always been my point. What have I always said? We need to have somebody else who starts, who can compete with him, give him a rest. I never said that Robbo was shit. I just said he was not good enough to play constantly.
I gotta check my receipts, Maddie.
No, you don't have no receipts.
I'm gonna check it.
I don't do receipts.
I do it.
Did-
You do.
No,
There's Maddie here, the crab. No, look. See, you call him not even a crab, you call him a lobster. look.
Lobster
This
like
Maddie.
lobsters, man.
This
Because
Maddie.
me, Barnes. He was lying.
Rewind selector.
He was lying. I've always maintained that, guess what? As great as you are, ever so often, you need to sit your ass down and let somebody else play, because at the end of the day, the person who is deputizing for you or whoever, they could be potentially your replacement. They start building up experience, game time, start to understand playing alongside the others, that sort of stuff.
Mhm.
Quick question: Is your depiction of Robbo not being able to go and play every game, get every start? Did that start this year, or was it something that you deduced last year? That's all.
I started that from since last year.
Since last
because
year.
because I always said that the little Greek boy, the Greek Adonis.
I don't think you should call him that, but yeah, I got what you're saying. I know.
No,
what you
but
mean.
that was his nickname. That was his nickname.
The Greek
The Greek
Scouser.
Scouser.
The Greek Scouser. Yeah.
See me.
He should have been playing more. And I always had the problem when Robbo got injured. He was off for a while. He came in. He was doing not the greatest job, but he was doing the job. And then soon as Robbo was right back ready, he gets yanked. For what?
Went straight back in. Yeah.
He got yanked. That's I, as I said, I always maintain the same keel, rotation, because when earlier this year when we was talking about with Salah and stuff, I was of the mind that guess what, if Salah doesn't want to sometimes have to play second fiddle, he can leave because you're prolonging his game. Right, you're protecting his legs and all that sort of stuff. Yes, he may want to play every game, but you wanting to play every game is not beneficial for the team and
Yeah.
for your and for your longevity, right? So
Yeah.
that's why I've always said, and I've always stuck to it: rotation. Get players who people with this. Oh, they want like for like. You can't have like for like. We are not Real Madrid. We don't have that capacity to spend like that. Plus, we don't have the game time to go wrong for that. Right? So at the end of the day, it's rotate, right? Because why should I be seeing a cup game and Alisson is starting? That doesn't make no sense to me.
Yeah. I think right now you're seeing a lot more rotation coming from Slot than you did from Klopp, to be honest. Klopp had his favorites. I can understand why he won everything with them, so I get why he had his favorites. It's human nature. It's easily. But Slot don't have favorites. He's just looking for a squad and want to compete in every single thing, and he's got rotation, and I actually like what I'm seeing. And for me, last season I was a little worried about Robertson and his legs, and this season solidified it for me that he can't be a starter game in, game out. It needs to be a rotation thing between the two. And if we can get better left back, then somebody's got to go. And for me, I taking the younger one out of the two. I keeping Costas, and I getting rid of Robertson.
No way you taking Costas over Robertson. Stop it, Barnes, man.
Did I just stutter?
Nah, man. Can't do that.
Did I stutter?
First of all, defensively, Robbo's better than Costas. Second of all, you can get more money for Costas because he's younger. So for me,
nah, not really. No.
But yet Robertson is a better player. So what would that? Why can't you get more for Robertson because he's a better player?
Age-wise, man.
But it's quality, right? I'm talking about age. You said Robbo is the better player, right? So you should get more money from Robbo than you would from Costas, no?
Costas is a good player too. So obviously he's been 3 years younger. He's gonna get.
But Robbo is better. Robbo is world class, right?
We had this argument already.
It's kind of a tricky one because
I don't know how much time is left on both of their deals, though. That's the big question too.
Robbo's closer. Assuming just renewed, Robbo's closer.
Robbo's extension is coming though.
I don't want to hear about no extension for Robertson until you lock down the three that right now got contract coming up. Until that happens, don't even mention Robbo extension to me.
Maybe Robbo's one is easier. Maybe Robbo's one willing to meet in the middle and say, I'll take that. You don't gotta put all this for me. I'll take whatever you give me here. And that's it. Maybe that's why Robbo's easier. You understand what I'm saying? Virgil van Dijk.
I'd rather have the Konate one first.
More technically difficult probably to negotiate. You get what I'm saying, Barnes?
Yeah, I hear you.
You know what I mean? Robbo, look, we ain't giving you all the minutes. You gotta rotate. You can lower your salary by 50,000 a week or what? And here, hold that 3-year extension. But Virgil, them, you gotta do it properly. You know what I'm saying? You gotta do it correct.
Just now, how old is Robbo?
30.
29, 30.
29, 30, about to turn 30.
No, he's 30. He's gonna turn 31 next year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
30 going 31. Breaking news: Liverpool have made Milos Kerkez the club's top target and now begun talks to sign him.
My
Probably
God.
over the moon.
Listen,
Nah,
I,
I'm not feeling this one. Nah.
Why
Big up
not?
to Sunshine. Big up to Sunshine FC. Make sure you haven't gone over there to subscribe to the channel. She put up some really, really good. Although she supports Manchester United,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
okay
man.
with Sunshine. I'm
Good
all right
people.
with Sunshine.
Good people. She's good people. She's
God
good.
knew I
Yeah,
needed to be at church tonight, so I couldn't call in and troll you. Oh, yo. Big up the Emirates.
That's why she needed to be at church.
Mhm.
So wait, let me ask you, brother.
Being at
So
church is a good thing.
who's the better left back out there than Kirkez that you would take seriously? So you saying you don't like that? Like, let me hear what you're saying, man.
For me, I don't know. I'm feeling Nori more than Kirkes.
Jesus, hell,
No, not for me. Nori is good at offensive side. Defensively, he's horrible. Horrible.
Yeah, I like offensive left backs. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's all year, man. He's been getting cooked, bro.
Then I could see why you would pick at Nori, but defensively, he is a huge liability. Huge.
But he's a huge baller, bro. Like the man on the ball is amazing, bro. And we do need more ballers in this team. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
when we're trying to hold possession, we lose the ball too many times, and they don't get into the right positions and all that. So like if you have more ballers in this team, we can be able to control games better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like a
with
give
that.
and take kind of
I
situation.
don't agree
Yeah.
with that. We
Yeah.
need ballers in the midfield. We don't need no ballers out. I need defenders. That's your job, a left back. You could be able to
And
run
other than
back.
that,
Defend.
Slot can coach him to
Man.
defend, just like what he's doing with
You know what I'm
Trent.
saying?
He can coach him to defend.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And Stupian, I like a lot. He's one
like
player that I
Estupiñán, yeah,
like
yeah.
a lot.
Yeah. He's a good one,
Age,
too.
I look at age too, man. Like, I ignore he's what, 24, 25?
Kirkez is young.
25. Kirkez is 20. And already playing 2-3 years in the Prem.
Eight Nori.
Sorry?
That's funny. And no, I just hear all this 8 Nori stuff.
I'm not sold
last
on
time-
Aiden Nori. That's not for me,
Hmm.
to be honest.
I'm
I
Arab.
just-
I'm a little biased.
Preach to them stuff, man. Tell him. Tell him stuff, man.
I just
Tell him.
it's just funny because I know people are talking about Robbo's legs now. That's what they're saying. But up to the injury, he was playing decent. Robbo was playing pretty well. And of course, you're gonna have to it's gonna take a little while for you to get back into form fitness when you're getting off an injury and you've been, haven't been properly training. But all the same, he did get back to fitness eventually, and he started playing really well in the springtime. Actually, I remember particularly he had a nice set of runs, a run of a nice set of games for us when it was Fulham. He played well. Against Everton he played well. Then we had West Ham. We played well. Then we went to we hosted Spurs. He played really well in that game. And then we hosted Wolves. He played excellent in that game. And then he went on and had a great game. I think he might have even scored in the game that he had when he went on international break. And that was like last spring at least. And then going into this year, again, I get the Euros is going to put Euros and Copa is going to put a little bit of a drainer when it comes to a lot of the fitness that you're going to get from these players. But everyone has to go through those fitness spells. If for the most part, we had like 16 people leave on international break this time. It's a lot of players. So I just don't understand some of what can be considered slander. I'm not saying on here. I'm just saying what can be considered slander. And I could also see it as the fact that if you watch that round table, you would understand that there's a lot more that goes into just the name on the paper, the name on the sheet. Like as in having someone in the locker room, having someone that brings the team together, having someone that helps organize the team when they're on that pitch is enormous. I don't know if Kirkez is that guy. He's very young. I get it, and I'm glad. I'd be glad to see if he does become a Red. I don't know. I don't really believe in this 8 Nori guy as being that because I just saw him get cooked by a Chelsea team, and yet like we're all talking about defense. It's like we all move the goalposts when it comes to figuring out what it is that we want for this team. We want to see goals, absolutely, but I mean you just have to put those other intangibles into the equation if you're going to have a real concise, approach to putting the team that's going to get us the W's. And guess what? Slot does. And that's why he chooses Robbo. And that's why he's starting to rotate Simi. I get that. But he has a little bit less. He's a little bit more flexible on the rotation than Klopp was.
Good night, Murray.
There's a reason why Tsimikas, or the reason why Robbo is picked time and time again. Same for Dom. The same for a lot of these players that aren't in favor.
Don't mention Dom.
What? I didn't hear that one. I didn't hear them. What?
I said don't mention Dom.
Abdel, right? Abdel, listen, brother. Ignore. I would put him into a straight left winger. Straight left. Nah, he can't play left.
Nori for me is a better wing back than a left back.
Yeah, he's a wing back. Yeah.
If he was a left wing back, I think that would fit him a lot better. That he don't have to concentrate defensively, because I've seen him cooked a lot this season in the Prem. Like, people have, as we in the Caribbean say, skin him out this season. He gets many times. But offensively and ball at feet, I agree with you. He is stellar at that. He's very good.
He's cold.
But defensively, I'm worried when it comes to him. Robinson from Wolves is actually a good player too. Robinson from Wolves.
I like Robinson,
If I'm looking for a left back to come into the team, I'm looking at either Theo Hernandez or Nuno Mendes.
Nuno Mendes is another left back that gets cooked. If we're going by that point, Nuno Mendes get cooked a lot.
He is
cooked
young.
regular. I won't want Mendes either.
He is young.
He's also a wing back too. Also, same thing with Nori.
No, but he also is a very good left back. Also, he is young, potential to grow. Because again, as I said, you're on this thing where there's like for like. It's not.
Nunes is shooting a free kick, by the way.
We have to get some players in them who can be developed at a higher level. Because how many times we sit down and we always sit down and say, oh, damn, Brighton and all these other people going and getting these younger players and then they come in, they get them for cheap and then selling them for sky high. But what we only want to pay high money and get what? Nothing in return? That don't make no sense.
I'm not sold on the Alphonso Davies. I watch him a lot play for Canada.
I wouldn't want Alphonso Davies.
He can go Real Madrid and they can find out real fast that he's not very good defensively.
Yeah.
Did he score?
Matty, what do you think about Kirk? Though he young too, just to say.
Nunes shot the free kick, bro. Nunes shot a free kick and the goalkeeper forced a save.
Wow.
Yeah, he has potential, yes. So I wouldn't be saying no to that. But as I said, we can't be looking at where we constant going this like for like, because that's bullshit. End of story.
Yeah.
I was just gonna ask if you I'm sorry.
Because as I say, at the end of the day, you have to bring in players. You have to develop them and stuff, and you can go and bring in an A-class player and get what? No return on your money. They turn out to be a flop. So as I said, there's nothing wrong in taking a risk on some of these younger players in them, whether they may not look as great as they can, but they have that potential to be great. Why are we always the ones sit down and let a team go and develop a player and then we have to go and bend over our ass for it?
Pause.
Pause.
Pause. And a bend over and a bend over and a bend over and a bend over. We don't do them things on this channel.
Nah, but I get what you're saying, Matty. I get what you're saying. I understand your point.
Right. Matty, I get what you're saying too. We did the exact same thing for Robbo. 7 million to bring a player in that no one had on their radar, and then what does it end up being? He ends up being one of the best left backs in Premier history. So
as I said,
there you have it.
I never said Robbo was shit.
Oh, I wasn't. In
No. I'm not saying that to you, 12. I'm
Yeah,
just saying that for anybody that's like listening. I never slated Robbo as shit, but this is what we need to be doing a bit more constantly. Because as I said, seeing that we have and we are stuck for the moment, for the foreseeable future with them guys from Boston, you have to have a plan B system. And the plan B is like, you've got to go out and find some of these potentials, because let's just say they don't really make it at the club. We got a fallback plan. Edwards will still sell them for money.
I think Edwards is the person that got a lot of those quote unquote jewels in the rough, though. So I mean, if there's anything, it's a return to possibly trying to find those jewels, and maybe that's why Kirkaz is on the list of being people that might be eventual successor to Robbo. But there was a comment by Robert earlier that says he said he doesn't blame Robbo for the Saka goal. The high line and the poor press was the problem. Saka beats every left back in that race. He had the run on Robbo. That's my part and point. It's like we're complaining about possibly one of the best wingers
He
in
had
the
a bad
Premier
game,
League.
bro. Let's just say it how it is, bro. He had a bad game,
well,
bro.
let me land there.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
My landing of that would be he had a bad half. He didn't have a bad game, because if you look at it, he had a bad half. He openly admitted it. Okay, so I mean, like, he got beat by Saka. I mean, I'm talking about. It'd be like saying, oh, someone got beat by Salah. Does that make them like a bad left back? No, it means that they got beat by possibly one of the best players in the world, if not certainly one of the best wingers in the world. So that's my point. Is like, I get what you're saying, but if that was some like, bootleg B-Tex winger or something like that, and he's beating Robbo, then let's have a conversation. But if you're telling me that he's getting beat by some world-class player, let's take it down for a second and step back.
Saka's not world-class.
We're not talking about the same. We're not talking on the same platform.
No, but listen, I get your point,
bro.
man. But listen, he beat him that one time, and he beat him maybe one other time. But in the second half, he picked up his game.
Yeah.
So for me,
I mean, like, he had an overall, like, in my opinion, he had a bad game. Like, these things do happen, and like, it was his mistake. Like, you can't really like say like the press was high. One-on-one, he should not get beaten like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, where I'm from, if you get beaten like that one-on-one, we make fun of you. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's where I'm from. Like, you know what I'm saying? When you play football,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah. That we make fun of you.
So then basically, then there's only quality. Then you're saying that there's only quality left backs out there. Every left back should stop. Again, we're talking about Saka. I don't really like talking about Gooners and giving them praise, but let's not get it twisted. Saka is a immensely talented player. A player I would definitely take to be a part of this team. And to say that he beat him is one thing, but to say I don't know who you're talking, who he would put in that realm. I don't even know of a right wing that's like a bad or a poor right wing. But if you're saying that is the right wing beating Robbo, then we're having conversations, because then he can't. It's one thing to not be able to go against the top talent, but to go against mediocre talent, then we have to have a conversation.
Yeah, 12. Hold that thought a second there, bud. I want to get a special shout out. Jody P, big up the Reds from Toronto. Slots Reds are on the march. Silverware incoming. Fox. Quad. I'm big up to a new caller, Timuchin Uras. Big up to you.
Dude, that was pretty awesome, by the way. I rarely get people nailing the name dead on. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
That's good. I have you about that. Welcome to the channel, bro.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we know
actually,
we know each other.
You can continue.
We know each other.
I just don't have to say anymore. 12, man. I know you got my back there. I feel it, man. I feel it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I ain't gotta say nothing, bro.
I'll be back in a sec.
That's it. You know what I mean? But yeah, listen, I agree that we need somebody younger.
Even the sun sets in paradise. Remember that.
Matty boy, listen, I tell you, boy, if you were in Trinidad, it'd be a problem here. I tell you. Anyway, the Turkish one.
No, but
what's going on, brother?
But
What's going on, man?
no, I
All
understand
good?
what you're
All
saying,
good?
but
Oh, go ahead, Maddie. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
are we glitching?
No, I think this is a delay.
No.
This is
Go
a-
ahead. Go ahead. You got the show. You got the floor.
Go ahead, the Turkish one. It's
Oh.
all you.
No,
No,
I
all
was
good,
just- I
man.
was saying,
I mean,
like we when people hear you say stuff about players, they tend to get confused because you kind of like focus on it, right? And at the end of the day, what everybody's coming back to is my point. You have to have a rotation. You have to have a rotation and a conversation. Even you in your job does have a holiday, you just have days off, you just have sick days. Right? So that's what you can go and check your file of facts, your receipts, and everything else. I'm always gonna be talking rotation.
Yeah, but Maddie, on the other hand, nobody can do my job like I do it. Understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Right.
eventually you get
You can
replaced
rotate
because
all you want. You know
no,
what I mean?
no, because eventually you have to retire and somebody may come and do it better.
Nah, I'm never retiring.
Mm,
I'm just messing with you,
okay.
man. I get you, man. I get you,
Okay,
brother. I get you.
okay, Jesus.
Oh my god.
All right, Mr. Turkish one. Sorry about that, man. We just getting confused with it. Welcome, brother. You know, see what
Thank
you
you,
got to
sir.
say. We here is an open panel. We're all good.
No, I mean, I agree with what he was saying in terms of rotation. I know what you guys think. I missed the beginning of the show, but I feel like that's one thing we're seeing a lot more from Slot is a lot more balanced rotation, a lot more healthy rotation. It makes guessing the starting 11 trickier. But I feel like, I don't know, maybe this is the optimist in me, but like you look at last season and how things started to kind of, obviously injuries and stuff too, but we kind of started faltering a lot more. I feel like this season where everybody is getting constant opportunities and therefore other people are getting constant rest. I am hoping second part of the season we will not have tired legs just mainly because of that.
True. I think the rotation is actually pretty good. I mean, everybody's getting a lot of play bar Endo. I don't know why. But yeah. I mean, he does get play at 12. I know you're looking, but he doesn't get enough though. I feel like he gets a 5 minute here, a 2 minute here, you know what I mean? And I feel like the way we are, when we want to lock down a game, I would love to see Endo on the pitch. Because I feel that's what
he doesn't fit though, does he? I mean, I feel like he's ideal for like a Japanese Milner, if you will, come in the last 15-20 minutes and close games. But I feel
that's
like
what I meant.
Yeah, for the I guess we should see more of that. But I feel like if you're starting 11, he just is not as good on the ball as Mac, Gravenberg, Jones, Szoboszlai, you name it. In terms of being able to take him on turn.
He's a different player though.
Yeah,
he's the one that will be going in for those crunching tackles. You don't see Mac and those boys doing that.
Yeah,
when he bites down at that gum shield right there that he has in his mouth, and he goes in for that tackle. You know something's gonna happen, man. You know what I mean? So for me, I don't know. I like him. I like him
in January.
I like we can't afford to sell. If we're doing in all competitions, we cannot afford to sell anybody unless we have a plan to bring somebody in.
Agreed.
So for me, Endo is gonna be here at least till the summer, in my opinion.
You also, I can't stress this enough. I know as someone that has had players play on teams where they're either the star or some that are just role players. You have to have players that are willing to not disrupt the locker room when it comes to playing time and the availability that they provide. I mean, some of these players are absolutely already, and willing to get out there and give their all. But some of them are saying, "Oh, why am I not playing?" Or why is he playing ahead of me? And that can kind of like disgruntled things because you're coming in with attitude or you don't want to be a part of the group and the likes. Look, I think that we're fortunate to have a group that really loves not only playing together, but really seems to be affectionate towards the brotherhood that they have with each other. And that's like a special bond to see. And it's important because there's going to be games that we're going to get rattled, or maybe, go, obviously so many games that we went behind and to get those great comebacks. But it's a lot of times that we're going to be in these positions where you're going to have to dig down deep and look at, the whole like band of brothers thing. And it makes a difference when you really do have people that you've been in this situation before with. And that's why having leadership and having these kind of quality players is important. Endo's been there before. Robbo's been there before, it's again, these are all things you watched the roundtable. This isn't like me making up stuff. I mean, I sat there and watched, Mo, Ali, Robbo all talk about this verbatim, basically, and say and emphasize the importance of it all. We all watched it happen when they saw Bobby leave. This is something that Mo said. When they saw Bobby leave, it was a real reality check that this is something that you have to really. This is you're playing in the now, guys, and this is something that things can change. You think the band's always going to be there, and things can change, but at this very moment, utilize the pieces that we have together, and that's what they do, and they appreciate and show gratitude for that. And it was great to see Mo say some of the stuff they said and the likes. So.
No, that is all good. As I said, the Band of Brothers stuff. But the only thing, as I said, I deal with the reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reality is, yes, we need players to fill different roles and stuff, but I can literally guarantee come next summer, Endo is not going to be in the team. He's going to be out. Whether people like it or not, that's the reality. He's not going to.
I don't think he passed. I don't even think he passed January.
Well, as I said, I hear they open for offers for him in January, so that means that they must be looking at bringing in a midfielder or something. And
I don't think Endo passed.
We have to look at is we need to give Grav coming up soon some rest.
Yeah, but what's more important is that we need to have Matty. We need to have some protection for Gravenberch, because that's my point. For anything to happen to Gravenberch, otherwise that whole midfield gonna be in pure trouble.
I have a wild take a little bit. I kind of feel like Gravenberch need the game time so he can get developed and get to that level. That's just my opinion. Like he's doing good
it's
right now.
not wild. I see where your thought process is when it comes to that, for sure, 100%.
Yeah.
Honestly, did make a mention of one player here that a lot of people forget about, and that's Tyler Morton. Tyler Morton is a quality footballer.
Yeah, he's good, yeah.
And I think he needs to start getting more playing time than he has. He's played one game so far. That was the cup game, if I'm not mistaken, against Brighton. And he had a really good game in that game. That's Callum's guy, but big up Callum. But yeah, I think Tyler Morton needs some more run. But I want to bolster the midfield, guys. I don't know about you guys. I'll come to you guys, to the new guys first. How do you feel? You want somebody in January? You good with what the team is right now, or are you ready to wait till summer, or you want to bolster and just beef up the midfield for the second half of the season push? Let me hear you guys.
I know, man. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the way the season is going, you want to go all in. So if there's somebody that Slot feels like, I think the main part is where if there's a guy, if Szoboszlai is not that ideal guy for that spot that he has, who can contribute more to scoring and assistance stuff. We don't know how Elliott is going to do that. We really have not seen Elliott there as much. I only worry about the physicality, whereas you get the speed and physicality from Szoboszlai that you're not going to probably get as much from Elliott. Elliott's biggest strength was understanding the system, understanding club, moving the ball around and stuff like that, how we want to play. But I would like to see someone. I know you guys were talking about left back earlier. I don't know how Robertson is going to recover and get back in form, but For midfield, I would ideally like to see someone that Slot approves to get in that rotation so that you don't have to trot out Gravenberg out there every single game because we're going to wear him down. This is a guy who did not play a lot last year, and suddenly he's playing every single game. So it'll be nice to get somebody who can kind of rotate with McAllister and Gravenberg in that spot with the double pivot.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Yep. I hear you. What are you saying, Abdi?
I mean, yeah, we definitely do need somebody in January. Like, I feel like we're gonna buy somebody. I think we're just gonna buy a midfielder and that's it. That's what I'm predicting in January. Like, I feel like right now, like we assess the squad, we know what we want now, and then that midfield. In my opinion, we're gonna get like maybe another deep line playmaker 6. You know, one of those kinds. One of those kind of players. We're gonna try to find somebody, but I feel like we're gonna get just one player. I don't know about if we're gonna get a striker or a left back, but it's just gonna mainly gonna be that, in my opinion. But like, yeah, like good rotation for Gravenberg and McAllister, and then that pivot role is really good. In my opinion, I think Jones already solidified himself to be one of those options through the pivot roles. And for me, the way Zoboszlai is playing right now, I'd rather have him in the pivot role and then try to push McAllister for the forward into the 10. Maybe try that in a game or two, but it seems like Slot is reluctant to do that for some reason. I don't know. Maybe he likes the way that McAllister holds the ball from the deep line because McAllister does control the games. Once it's time to control the game, like he'll pass the ball back, he keep the ball, and he keeps getting sticking and keep it nice and neat. I think he likes that aspect of the game that he has, and that's why he's not playing Zoboszlai there. That's what I think, basically.
Yeah.
But like, we do need another option over there so we can rotate between 4 players into the pivot role. And then let's see how Harvey Elliott does. I have high hopes for him. I'm an Elliott guy, you know what I'm saying? I have high hopes for him, hopefully, because in preseason he was cooking, bro. Whoa, he was cooking in preseason, man. So like, I want to see that going on, but I'm afraid like the injury might hinder his game a little bit. But like, yeah, let's see how Harvey Elliott does. But like, yeah. And Zoboszlai, in my opinion, I think is all in his head. I don't know. He just looks like he got the little bit of, you heard of something called the yips? You guys ever heard of that? The yips.
Mm-mm.
Like
No.
when you overthink something that is very, very simple and then you just end up not doing it. Yeah, that's kind of that. I don't know. It's like an old term here in America. I don't know. We say the yips. Like if you're trying to overthink the simple thing too much and then you just end up not doing it very well. I think he has like something like that going on with Zoboszlai. It's like I think it's more mentally than it is his own ability, in my opinion.
I agree. I think it is a mental thing from him.
Yeah.
Because there's things that he does for Hungary that he just refused to do for Liverpool, and it frustrates the crap out of me. American Scouser, I made you a mod in for the channel, so if you want to put your link to the channel in the chat, that would be great. People can head over there and make sure you sub to that channel as well. You know, we always pushing and improving and helping each of our Liverpool fan base out. Same thing, mods put 12th man on in as well, so that people can head over there and sub to 12th man. We need to get him to 500 subs, and I want that done before the end of November. So let's do it.
For Szoboszlai, by the way, this is my theory out there. I'm a Szoboszlai apologist, but I really feel like I think he's doing so much work defensively. I think first of all, he doesn't get credit for all the stuff he does off the ball, defensively, tracking back, winning the ball and stuff. I almost get the feeling that sometimes, you know how in basketball, like if a player is a really good scorer, you kind of go at him, make him work on defense so he can't have like kind of like diminishes on offense. I kind of get that sense that that's what we're getting from Szoboszlai right now. But I really think as he keeps getting used to the system, eventually we're going to get both. Because I love what he does off the ball. I really don't think he gets the credit he deserves. Everybody just wants him to just get the assist and goals and stuff like that, which obviously we do. And that's his fault for coming onto the scene, getting all those goals and shots and stuff. So now everybody just expects that, why can't you do this every week kind of a deal? But he does so much off the ball that I feel like he does not get credit for.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he does a lot off the ball. My only issue is that him being in the 10 position, I understand that aspect of it. but I also want to see him utilize his ability to hit a long range shot, which he's refused to do this season so far, and it's frustrated me. And just look for the easy pass. I think he is, go back to the basketball analogy. The really, really good basketball players, the superstars, the elites of the game, when they're playing the game, everything is in slow motion to them. When I played basketball and I was on one of those modes in a particular game I was playing in a competitive level, everything slowed down for me. The court got everything slow. The players were slower. You were seeing the passing lanes. You would see where the best opportunity to take a shot to abuse a defender that's guarding you. Exact same thing I would like to see Szoboszlai, and I think he's not slowed down the game in his head mentally so far, and it's causing him to be very rash on an offensive side. I do know the kid has talent. Don't get me wrong. I just want to see a lot more, and I don't just want to see him running around and doing the dog work that he's doing. It's playing in the position that he is. That's my frustrating part with him. I hope he comes good. But in the meantime, I really don't want him to be out there because he's holding a lot of slack right now from Liverpool fans. They're on his case from the lack of productivity from an offensive standpoint. But yeah,
man. Like me personally, I'm a little bit patient with him because I know we have options there if he's not working out. Like if he's not playing well, we can put a Jones there, and Jones has been playing very well in that 10 position for us. And also we got Harvey coming up too, so like,
yeah, you're right.
Not a big problem,
Yeah, Tushiman said it right. Harvey, we haven't seen him yet. I've seen him we've seen him in the preseason, but we haven't seen him in the league yet. So Harvey is another tool that we have that can only help, and he brings a different dynamic. 10 is actually his position. I think for the first time in his career with Liverpool, Harvey is actually going to get the opportunity to actually play in his natural position in the 10 because Klopp never played him there. Klopp played him in the 8 on the right side or on the right wing and cover for Mo, but he's never been able to play in the 10 under the Klopp era. So I'm very, very intrigued to see what Harvey's going to do because I think Mr. Ringlitz has got quality with him. 12 man laughing. 12 man laughing.
I can ask you something. Y'all don't feel that on the slot, Carvalho could have been a good player?
Carvalho was good under slot.
But that was preseason. But I mean, like, literally, I think for me personally, I always thought Carvalho had more potential than Harvey Elliott. I know that's gonna be a big thing, but I always thought so. Yeah,
you were always saying so.
Yeah, for me, it's lack of physicality.
I understand with him. I'm not saying that Carvalho's a bad player, but I can understand. I can understand saying that Carvalho has a chance to make something of himself, but I just think that there's a different. I think the one difference between Carvalho and Elliott is that I think Elliott gets it. I think Elliott gets what it takes to be a part of this team. Like as in whether it means starting or whether it means being a super sub, he doesn't care. He'll do whatever it takes to be a part of the club and that make us successful. I didn't really think that about Fab. I looked like Fab was just a little bit in his feelings sometimes but because he wasn't getting the starts and because he wasn't getting all the praise and all the glory, I think that kind of was a little bit suspect in his game a little bit. That's just my personal opinion. I wish him the best, but I just think that Elliott is what we want out of a Liverpool player, and that's what we get out of Elliott. Even though it's interesting, you hear a lot of people talk about Elliott in such big, and nice lights that they put on him. But I know that Elliott doesn't bring the defensive prowess that you get out of Dom. So it's going to be interesting to see what people say and how people evaluate him once he's put onto that spectrum and asked to do those things that we do get from Dom in that role. So it'll be interesting.
I know what you guys think, but doesn't Carvalho come across as like the kid who was never told no? And he was always told like he was like the greatest ever, right? Like he was like, you're the best, man. And so I feel like that's the thing. He was played in the wrong position. He did not fit the Klopp system. I get that. So you would think this offseason he would come in and say, hey, this kind of fits, because I agree with you. I think this fits him. And he would kind of work at it, like 12 Man is saying, kind of like try to carve himself a spot. I feel like he feels like he deserves or like that stuff belongs to him. He doesn't have to work for it or something like that. I think it's more attitude than anything else. And this locker room is pretty darn professional. I don't know how the big boys are taking somebody like that, carrying himself. They want somebody like, you know, we talk about Morton, we talk about Elliott and stuff. Guys who understand. Look at Jones even realizing, you know what, I got to work to earn the spot back. As opposed to this kid walking around like the stuff he was saying in preseason. Bro, earn your spot, then you can start talking. Like, you don't say, a guy who's trying to get minutes doesn't say, I like playing this, I don't like playing that and stuff. It's like, you're not there yet. Like, that's not your level yet. You're not like Mo or Van Dijk or somebody like that. Earn your spot, then start talking. I just feel like it's a kid that he sees himself a lot better than he actually is.
But on the flip side of 12, man,
Facts. Hold on, crap. I gotta drop a bomb for that. Facts.
But on the flip side of 12 man's
comment,
comment, right? You said Harvey's okay with coming off the bench. Doesn't that, for me, at certain points, that seemed a lack of ambition? Because if you can just be okay, no. If you can be just okay as a footballer, just sitting on the bench and being a super sub, then for me personally, you're not ambitious enough to take that spot and never give it up. You understand what I'm saying? You just okay with, okay, I'll come on and do what I got to do and be professional. No, you want to be a starter. You want to be a star. You want to be remembered as a great Liverpool player. You can't be coming off the bench. You can do like Origi. That's what Origi did. You understand? He was okay with that.
Origi
and a lot of us can remember Origi.
We'd be only lucky to have an Origi again on this team. Come on,
I don't know. I just
Origi has given us some of the best moments in our Liverpool lives. So, and I get your point, but and he even commented after the game. I want to say it was the Crystal Palace game, but after the game, he got interviewed. This is Elliot, and he got asked that question about being a super sub, or how do you feel about this super sub, label that's being placed on you? And he commented and said that he doesn't necessarily want to be a super sub, but I mean, because unfortunately people see that word as being a negative. That word has a super in front of it. It doesn't say sub; it says super in front of it. First off, all right.
Come on, we put that name in front. Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm just making that point though. But all the same, a super sub is still important. As in, like, yes, you might not be a starter, but he then went on to say, whatever role my manager asked me to do, I am going to go and do it, period. And that's all I'm asking from players. Like, as in, rather than sit there and make a big, stink about, oh, well, I'm not being played in the right position that I want to be played in, or I'm not getting the minutes that I think I'm warranted to get. That's fantastic. You're not the manager. This isn't Mbappe at PSG picking the lineups and telling who needs to play for the team, who doesn't. This is Liverpool FC, period. And if you don't get the program, hey, there's the door.
Yeah, but 12 man, how could you earn the stripes if you're not playing enough? How could he be a Liverpool? How could he be like a full-time star like Moore or Van Dijk if you're not playing as much? If he's just actually happy with just come off the bench and playing wherever the coach tells him to play.
I just said he didn't say he was happy with it. He didn't say he was happy with being a super sub. He said, though, he is willing to do the role because that's what is needed, period. Yeah. If he can be a starter, fantastic. He'll be a starter. Actually, do you know, and this is a crazy stat, I have to remember completely, but there was a part and point when Harvey Elliott was one of the most selected players on this team for Klopp. Yeah. Like that says something. That says that, hey, you're not a starter, but you are immensely important to this team. That says a lot. What's that?
Was it due to injuries?
I don't know if it was due to injuries, but
I think he was like played every game or something. Like I remember that stat, either a starter or bench. He appeared appearance-wise.
He was the most selected player. Yep.
Yeah. But I think that's the chicken and the egg when you say, like, if he does, how is he going to become a star? I mean, you got to earn your spots. So look at a guy like Joe Gomez. Hey, look at Milner. If Milner plays left back, right back, I mean, we almost put Gomez in goal at this rate. The kid played everywhere. If those guys are doing it, to me, which I totally agree with you. The guy kind of had the quality and stuff. But Carvalho, when Milner says, "Where do you want me?" I'll go in. When Gomez says, "Where do you want me?" I go in.
Yeah,
Carvalho,
but I got to interject
here.
here.
Be like, nah, I'll pass on that. How about I go in here?
In his prime, Milner was playing in his correct position. So let's not get it twisted. And that's why I come back to the point where it's okay if you're supplementing or stuff. But if I come into a team where I am a natural left back and you saying, well, guess what? I want you to become an infield player in the midfield because that suits you. You now stunt my growth as I was developing as a great left back. And then now if I don't succeed in the role that you want me to, I am screwed. So yes, there's the thing they call the team, but also you have a role that if somebody comes in as that type of a person, you give them the opportunity to finish developing there before you put them somewhere else. Because they can be a great left back and then an okay midfielder or whatever. Give them the chance. And this is, as I said, I was in the military. I know about teamwork. But the officer never ran the team. It was a non-commissioned officer who knew, well, hey, this guy is better there. So even if the officer came here and said, hey, I want this guy doing that, he's the person to say, no, that's not the case. So my point is, when you have somebody who is great at a position, finish developing them and then add to their game. Don't subtract or stunt their growth in one position to experiment with them. And then when it fails, then it's like, well, okay, you can go back to that position. You know, because at the end of the day, what people fail to understand, footballers, it's a job to them. And when you screw with them, you screw with their money. End the conversation.
Facts. Listen, another point I gotta make too, Matty. Let me make this point, right? Look at Joe Gomez. Now, because of what we do with Joe Gomez, he plays right, he plays left. Joe Gomez is now known as a utility player. He's no specified player. Joe Gomez used to be a center back, one of the leading, promising young center backs for England. Now Joe Gomez is looked at a utility player because of all the covering he had to do here, covering he had to do there. So he's not good at one thing. He's okay at everything. Understand? That's the problem I have. Understand?
A jack of all trades and a master of none.
Exactly. Understand? Yeah. So for me, I agree with Matty. Let Harvey. I also tell people to kill me when I say do not put Harvey Elliott to cover for Mo Salah. He's not a winger. He is not a winger. Harvey Elliott belongs right there in that midfield, right behind the striker, pinning balls through there. I used to get killed for it.
I'm curious to find out who scored for Uruguay, who scored for Colombia.
First goal for Uruguay was an own goal from Davis Sanchez. And no. I don't know who scored the second goal for Uruguay, but it was really good. He drove past the players.
Somebody on Maguire.
Yeah.
Maguire.
Aguirre.
Okay. So here's 12th man. This is to Harvey Elliott was named match day squad more times than any other Liverpool player last season, 54 times.
More than Mo Salah?
That was at the point.
Yeah, because Mo missed time, right? Mo had injury.
Going into the new year, that was a New Year's stat that was dropped on December 31st.
That's crazy.
Article was written.
Big up,
and it was, but there was a moment in time when people, and this is something I appreciated from Harvey, was that he was basically our adrenaline shot. I mean, there's often times when the team might have looked, we might have gone down early or paused, but we might have gone behind early in the games, or we might have had a situation where, the team just looked flat, and Harvey would be brought in, and he was just like, lightning in a bottle in a sense. He was all over the pitch, exerting a lot of energy and really inspiring his teammates to push more.
No, as I said, that's all good. But at the end of the day, as I said, and this is not like trying to counter anybody's argument, but at the end of the day, right? Let's just say, for the sake of optimism, that Harvey was to leave Liverpool. What position would a club be buying him at? Right? And right, but again, at 10, because that's his role, right? But if we remember, like we just alluded to, people wanted to try to make him a winger. People wanted to do all kind of madness. And this is where, as I said, come back and as I said, don't try to fit square pegs in round holes, right? Because at the end of the day, right, everybody talks about team. You know what people seem to forget? The person has a family to support and a life to live also. So sometimes what you're doing for the team is going to stop him from providing for his family and stuff. That's how a bit of contentiousness can begin. So that's all I'm saying, as in, like, you can't try to make something that it isn't. Because I always tell people, I've never seen a spotted tiger or a striped leopard yet in my life.
I agree to that, but here's the thing: as a player, you are still responsible because you are still collecting the wages and the salary to give your best wherever you're assigned to. If you cannot I think that's one thing Harvey has done. And yes, he's not good to be a right winger because he does not have the speed and stuff like that. It doesn't fit. But he has given his best over there. It just didn't pan out, and the coach can see that. I mean, we started this conversation with Carvalho. I just think, you don't sulk because you were put somewhere that, maybe you are not normally naturally good. You still give it your best. And then if it doesn't pan out, it's on the coach for putting you there. And if it doesn't pan out, it's on the coach. But I think you still have to give your 100%. I just feel and we don't know what happens behind the scenes. But
you're right. What we are saying is all suppose or whatever.
Excuse me, by the way. Yeah, I'm headed out. Big up Beijing TVs.
All right, man.
I got a bold prediction for all y'all. We're winning the league this season. Get ready.
Oh, so you on the boat with me? Welcome aboard, bro. Welcome aboard.
Save it, chest, man. Save it, chest.
This is the only time we're allowed to be delusional right now.
Good show.
Yeah, all right, man. Big up.
Peace,
I have nothing wrong with with giving your best in the role that you're supposed to fill in. And I'm never going to say don't give your best, right? But at the end of the day, what I still say, it takes two to tango. Electricity don't run on negative or positive only. It still takes two. And you have to understand it's a dance, right? And if one person is continuously trying to go in one direction, you're going to look out of timing. That's what I'm saying, as in, like, yep, you can fill in and stuff. That's all admirable because you're still collecting a paycheck. The question that people seem to forget, your contract runs out and you have to either resign or sign with a new team. How you have developed dictates how much more money you get in the future. That's all I'm saying.
Facts.
Because I would be damned if I'm going to have anybody take me as an engineer and make me an electrician. So then now I can go and get paid like an engineer no more, whatever the case may be. So as I said, yes, team dynamics, you got to give your best while saying there. But you have every right to voice an opinion because at the end of the day, football is not guaranteed for the next season or even the next game because you can get an injury and it's all over. So that's all I'm saying, as in, like, you've got to, I'm not talking about Carvalho because I like the kid. I'm happy that he went to a place where he's playing a bit more. He got paid. Liverpool made some money. Whoop-de-woo. You know,
I don't like his attitude though. That was my only issue with him.
well, as I said, I'm not too fussed or bothered with him, but I'm not talking on behalf of him. I'm just talking in general.
Yeah, for sure.
You've got to understand that sometimes that somebody transition into another position and you forcing them into that position because you said, well, guess what? I already have somebody here or something like that. Or I need you to do this. At the end of the day, as I said, your future is now on the line, because if you look shitty in that position, you ain't getting paid, and then you're also now stunt in your natural position. So, that's just my take on it, as in like, yep, team dynamics, but also within the team, there's individuals that play roles in the team, and sometimes you have to understand that, hey, if somebody is really good at this is their natural stuff, give them a chance to fully develop at that, and if they fail, then it's easier for them now to transition to whatever role you is, because they realize, you know what, I gave it my best and I just wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
Because the thing, what I tell people, when somebody has a dream and you try to kill that dream, they resent you for it. Whether people want to understand it or not, that's a reality. Whether you're playing football, baseball, or whatever, that's just the reality.
Big up.
All right, so Timuchin's pushing out, so he's got a plug here. You want to give to the
dude. If I don't plug the channel, they will beat my butt up when I go back to the channel. So American Scouts on YouTube. If you guys give us a follow, thanks for having me, guys. This was a lot of fun. I really appreciate it. It's a great group, and this is the year, man. We're winning the title. It's gonna be all good. I'm the pessimist of the channel, and even I am being optimistic about this. So that says a lot, guys.
I'm the pessimist.
More people on the boat. I am loving it right now. I just gotta get K-Mark on the boat with me. That's all I care about. But Timuchin, we will come and check you guys out over on American Scouts, man. Big up.
You're welcome anytime, brother. Anytime.
Take care.
Yeah, love.
I've got a question.
Oh, welcome, K-Mac. How you doing, brother?
Guys, big up. How you doing, man? I haven't been on for a while. I've got a question. Are we as good as we are because of our players, or are we as good as we are because of our coach and manager? That's the question.
I think it's his style.
Because I believe it's not the players.
I think it's his style and how we're playing. A different style altogether.
Yeah.
Agreed.
But K-Mac, you can have the coach, but he also has the players to. He has to have the players to implement his system too.
I totally get that, and this is my next question. Do you think if we lost Trent, Mo, and Virgil van Dijk, we would still be able to compete with signings that the new coach would make?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It has to be some quality signings, because that is your spine. You're pretty much losing three of those players.
I get that.
But
it can't just be young players.
But the reverse of it is that you're getting younger, not young, but younger players. You can't replace these guys. I get it, but you get. I mean, for me,
there would be a fall off.
So my next question.
I would say we can get top 4.
So my next question is, and this is kind of just broadly to everybody as well, is if this was one last hurrah for Virgil, Mo, and Trent, and we won the league and we won the Champions League and potentially a Carabao Cup,
and the FA Cup,
then isn't there a future for us to continue going forward? Like, why does it all stop? Because we lose those 3 players.
I don't think it stops, in my opinion. I just think that we would have a fall off temporarily, and then we can be back on the boil probably season and a half later, because you're gonna have to incorporate the newer players with the squad. I don't think it will be instant though, Matt, to be honest. That's a major blow if you lose Salah, Virgil, and Trent. Now, from a scoring standpoint, your scoring will go down because Salah does so much for Liverpool from a GA standpoint. right? So you're gonna have to now get that from other areas of the pitch, and where are you gonna get it right now?
So this season, 66% of goals and assists have come from Mo Salah,
There you go.
and 88% have come from the front three, as in Gakpo, Diaz, and Salah. But my question is, if we get one more season out of them, if we get one more season out of them, and this is our choice, by the way, this will be our choice. Like, this won't be their choice. This will be our choice.
Yeah.
That we only keep them for another season and they leave on freeze, or we sell them, or whatever we do. Okay. And this, I'm being optimistic. Okay. I'm trying to be optimistic, but all the signs don't make me think that there's anything happening. Just right now, none of the signs make me think anything's happening.
You think it's just a stalemate? You just think it's a stalemate right now?
However, if you remove Trent from the equation next year, and Trent plays as a standard right back right now, then we've got a more than capable person to come in, who would be Gomez or Bradley, depending on how you want to play that. And then if we're linked with players like Kudus and Mamouche and Kvaratskhelia, and we do seem to be linked with those players, and also Nico Williams,
Kirk has now too,
and also Kubo as well. Yeah.
We linked him, but we got owners that ain't gonna spend.
He's also doing really well.
Yeah.
That's the Mo Salah position filled. I know that's not the Mo Salah quota filled, but then you've also got the likes of other players that can step up and complete that quota, because it's not all just going to go to Mo then, is it? It's going to get spread, because it has to. The Virgil van Dijk piece, that would have to be a stellar signing. Like, that really would have to be a big signing, like a Bastone or a, I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know. Like Jonathan Tah. Like, I honestly don't know. I can't even pluck a name that would even come close. That's the one which gets me. But what if you filled that gap with a Konate and then a player on the right? Because there's only one player who's close to Virgil, and that's the guy next to him.
Mm-hmm.
So you swap him over and you play a guy on the right who, because there's a lot of right-sided centre backs that you can go for. It's just the left-sided centre back. There's not many.
Yeah.
But I don't feel that all is lost if those three left. Like, I just don't. Like, I really don't. Like, because I'm starting to get convinced that it's more about the management and the tactics and the way the team are being played, like in games and out of games. Like, and this is just the beginning. Like, this is just like, what, 10 games into the Premier League, and we've like conceded 6 goals and scored more than anyone else, and got better GA against and better GA for than any other team in the top 5 leagues, apart from Barcelona for goals. But it's mental. Like, this is just the beginning. Like, imagine when he's got players that he wants, as in they are stylistically his type of player that he wants to buy. Like, how good could it be then? Like, if he's literally fitting square pegs into round holes now, because he's just working with what he's got.
With that.
No, but he's working with what he's got. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
He hasn't brought in anyone other than Chiesa.
But he jumped into that Bentley, he jumped into that Lamborghini. It's already there. Like, how do you upgrade from a Lamborghini, man? You jumped into, you telling me that you're making guys sound like he jumped into a Honda and turned it into a Lamborghini.
No,
he came directly in the team.
It's not Honda, but it's not Honda, but we definitely had a few. We definitely had a few Fords in the team.
Listen, you cannot replace a Van Dijk. If you lose all 3 of these guys in one session, one sitting, yeah, we're definitely gonna be down. I didn't even realize what I said, but yeah, if we were to lose all 3 of them in the summer, yeah, we definitely dropping off. I don't care what it is. And on the other hand of it, too, K-Mac, we could also say Liverpool are looking great because the other teams are not looking so great.
Yeah.
City's having a fall off. Arsenal is looking terrible. That could be part of it to blame.
We've never had luck. We've never had luck. Rasta, we've never had luck.
That's it. That's it. I look at it that way too.
I
So-
think Virgil resigns. To be honest, I think the two and the
That's the
three
most
that
important one, Mark.
I have a feeling that will resign a 2-year with a third as an option will be Virgil and Mo. I honestly feel Trent's gone. I think Trent's gone. I think he's wants Real Madrid.
I honestly don't know, and I honestly don't think anybody knows, apart from the agent, the player, and maybe someone in the club.
Oh, I agree with you too, because we don't release no information to nobody. We leak nothing.
No, and Mo Salah's agent has already told us, like, you don't know F all
Yeah.
on Twitter.
K-Max,
Wow.
is this your burner account?
Huh?
Is this your burner account? What is
Why
what is
haven't I
this?
come in as me?
No, look at the note on your screen. He asking if that's you with a burner account. That's
Oh, who's that? I don't know who that is.
That is not happening.
Big up, Uncle Rods.
We got Uncle
Hey,
Rods.
we see you, Vince, man. We
That
see
was
you.
your dad.
Wagwan, Popcorn.
Well,
It's
one.
I ain't stopping.
Welcome, man. Welcome.
Listen, I ain't stopping because I'm just coming to say hello. I come to hail at the man them still, you know.
Yeah, bless up, man.
Bless up as well. We haven't seen in a while. Big up for coming. We got a raid coming in just now, peoples. From United Spurs of America. That's a raid gonna be coming in very shortly from Jacob and the crew over there. So and he can get a little bit madness, but it can be a lot of Spurs people. But then you know what we could do? We could just banter them. Spurs doing Spursy things as always.
Spurs, you know the thing about Spurs, yeah? Spurs ain't shit, yeah? Right?
Oh, wow.
The last time Spurs won something, Shadows was in the form, you know. Shadows. I mean, Shadows had number one hit to Rusted.
Spurs is so spooky with it, right? They're the only team that can go and beat up a top squad and then go and lose to a bottom feeder.
Yeah.
Do you know the first game that Man City lost in this 4-game losing streak was against Tottenham.
Yeah, in the Carabao. That's right.
Such
That's
a Tottenham
right.
thing to lose at
Exactly.
home. To lose at home to a promoted team and then go and beat Manchester, go and beat Man City away.
Not just a promoted team, they lost a goddamn tractor. God damn it, man.
Listen. That tractor team got more European heritage than Arsenal, bro.
And that wasn't even a John Deere tractor. That was just a regular standard tractor. Jesus, man.
Listen, those tractors from Flipping Well Ipswich got a Europa, bro. Arsenal can't even say they got one of them.
Yeah. How embarrassing that is, man. How embarrassing.
Right?
You don't keep me joking and stop it.
Look, Hungarians love K-Mac. He's always spot on.
Hungarians, you know.
Guys, I'm out of here. Okay, it's nearly 2. All right.
I know.
But-
How did your move go, bro? Your move went good.
yeah, all good, mate. Brilliant.
Okay, good. We'll chat in
Thanks, man.
the. We'll chat in
Hope
the
you're all
chat,
well.
bro.
Okay, catch you later.
Good
Love,
night,
bro.
man.
You got,
Yeah,
you
All right, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, man.
So what's the man them saying, man? What's the man them saying?
Man, we're here. Arsenal got a sick logo. Well, of a gun that shoot blanks.
Arsenal logo should be a bunch of bottles tied around a trophy.
Stop it. This is too much, man.
How's that, man? How's that, bro? Family, serious.
I love the bantering against Arsenal, to be honest, and I ain't gonna stop with it. I
No.
never will.
You
Nah,
can't.
Uncle Rod, we just chatting up the shite, man. You know, talking about the team. You know, players who are like, you know, supposed to be
Yeah.
starters and players that you know shouldn't be okay with just coming off the bench. And it's a 12-man boy, you know, the curly dreadlocks. You know,
How
me
you been,
personally, I
Uncle?
think Harvey Elliott should be a starter. To be honest, I never had faith in him before, but now I honestly do think he should be a starter.
But who do you drop for him? Is the
It's a
question.
boss lie, 100%.
Oh, so you keep McAllister and Gravenberch in the double pivot.
Yeah.
You want to start ringlets over ringlets now.
Yeah.
You want to you.
Yeah.
It's finished.
Oh,
I just made
I
sure
think
that
he'd be more
I
consistent than
didn't
Jones.
want. I didn't know if it was deep fake AI or something going on up there.
Promise you to me.
That's an
Ah,
AI.
come on, Top, man. Why you doing me like that, bro? Why you doing me like that? Come on, man. We good people.
Ringlets is not your favorite. Ringlets is not your favorite. That's why I was just wondering.
No,
that's a
no. You
That's
got
a
me
fair
wrong.
shout, though. There's a fair shout, though.
No, but
Yeah.
ringlets on the ring was my problem. I
Okay.
never had a problem
Listen,
on the
as
wing.
Dakota said, right? It's spaghetti hair ringlets, crab. Get it right.
My bad.
Yeah, Spurs did get slapped by Ed Sheeran FC. Facts, 100%.
Damn.
Big up to Ipswich. My sister lives in Ipswich, so I got to give them some props.
It's the other side of London, you know.
Yeah.
Like Suffolk, innit? Suffolk area.
Did
Quite a
you-
distance for me, you know. It's quite a distance for me.
Is it?
It's quite a distance. Because when you're
Did you
going towards Ipswich, you're going towards like Norwich and them place there. Do you know what I mean?
So that would be on the east coast of London,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's like east. It's like east of England. It's like east of England, sort of heading towards east of England. So it's quite a distance away, but you know, but like it's a nice place still because you got a big black community up there still. You know what I mean?
Nice.
It's a big black community up there, so it's not like way out where there's no black people. There's a healthy black community up there still. Do you know what I mean?
Nice.
But yeah, it's a nice area. But like Ipswich was the things about Ipswich. Ipswich back in the day were a team, you know.
Yeah, they were 100%. They were.
You know what I mean? You look at it like you're looking like, you know, you can put them in a category of Aston Villa, Nottingham Forest, and them people there. Do you know what I mean? Imagine
In the
that
80s.
Nottingham Forest has won 2 European Cups, yeah,
2 Champions Leagues.
yeah, back to back,
Yeah,
and Aston Villa's won a European Cup.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, now Arsenal ain't got none yet, you know.
They ain't gonna get none neither.
Oh Lord. Let me find
Did
the
you know Rice is playing with a broken toe? Arteta is playing players injured.
Yeah, all right.
Whatever,
Listen,
man.
we got players that play with broken arms. Colin, come on, man. Broken shoulder.
The joke now as well, right? Like, he got to put up this thing on this show the other day saying about how Liverpool ain't playing nobody.
Who said this?
We've had like an easy running, more easier running than them.
Who was
know what I
this?
mean?
You said this?
He
Rob?
go.
Is it Egal? But there's another guy, a Middle Eastern guy on the internet been saying that he's not worried about Liverpool. I think he was on the
Oh yeah, that's Babs. Babs, I think his name is.
Yeah. He still thinks City is the biggest threat.
Good.
Like, this
Oh
guy,
yeah. I saw that.
he's
I saw
tough
that
a lot
today.
of rubber.
Yeah.
I want to slap him. I'm sorry, I'm not a violent guy, but god damn, man.
Hold that silent thought there, crap. Big up to everyone that's joining us from United Spurs of America. Big up to Jacob with the raid. Love to you all. Make sure when you come into the stream, hit those like buttons. Love us all. And I agree with you, crap. Babs is got a whole bunch of nonsense. But you have to expect that. He's a young lad. He's never seen his team win a Prem. Furthermore, he will never see his team win a European Cup, because until they get rid of the waste man called Arteta, that just can't get them over the line. Although he spent $800 million on players and buying the same exact player to put in different positions. He loved buying centre backs and trying to reinvent them to play midfield and left back and right back. But reality, they're still centre back. Hey, until they change from that coach, they are still not going to do anything.
Yeah.
And Calafiori is not a proper centre back in my opinion. I don't think he's that good.
No,
Exactly. He's a centre back playing left back. Yeah,
He's not that good.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
Or did Odegaard get sent back?
I think Norwich sent him back.
Yeah. Babs just jacked a whole bunch of rubbish, so I don't take him seriously. To be honest,
I saw that today. I think I saw it today. I only saw like 5 minutes of it. That's 5 minutes is all I can take from it. That's all I can take out of just like
I know.
Uncle
Rod's question, though.
more than me, Rods.
Uncle Rod's question: You think we can win the Premier or what? You think we're winning it this year?
You know what it is at the day, right?
No, Uncle Rod. Answer the question, Uncle Rod.
No,
Yes or no?
No. Don't tiptoe. We put you on the spot, brother.
Rascal, you know you say that. Crab, you know you say that. You know.
Are you trying to get complicated? Nah. Uncle Rod, are we winning the Premier?
No, I got this. I've had this pain like in my neck. Yeah, really bad, right?
Okay.
Every time I laugh at it, for that, it hurts even more, right?
Really?
And Rascal, they're making me laugh, you know.
Sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Come on, Rods. We winning the league or no?
It's called Manchester City.
I'm gonna say what I said last time, yeah. I'm gonna say last time, and I'm gonna say what I said last time. If by April we're in a good position, yeah, like top of the table, so like 5 points clear, top of the table.
You disappointed me.
I will start believing because
You disappointed me, Rods.
we've had a good start. There's no doubt about that. We've had a really good start, but anything can happen between the time of now and the end of the season. So, listen, if we get to about April and we're still in that good position, I will start believing that
Because in April, like 4 games away from the end, isn't it?
Yeah,
but you see
what's funny? You know what's really funny is that I understand the whole anything can happen. I understand that. But what's wild and crazy about it is anything that can happen is in your mind, not you personally, but is often bad for people. Rather than anything can happen, we're going to continue to hold on to having certainly some luck. We've had some luck, certainly, but I mean, having a positive perspective on the anything can happen. Like as in, I understand that you prepare for the worst. But in my perspective, I expect the best and prepare for the worst. That's my perspective.
Yeah, but even with this thing here, this message here, and then I did say that, and I'm like, I've said it time and time again on my stream and everything that. I did say that. So I'm never gonna run from saying that. Do you know what I mean?
Have you changed your mind, though?
Reds, have you changed your mind? Have you changed your mind?
Not yet, because I think it's a bit too early to change your mind. It's a bit too early.
You're not sold on Slot.
You know what? I'm still not convinced as yet, but he's going a long way to convince me. If that makes any sense, do you know what I mean?
Makes sense.
Rods, listen, me and you are Caribbean brothers, right? What do I have to do to jump on this? For you to jump on this boat to say that Liverpool with chess winning this league? Because that is what I've said from the beginning of the season. I want you on the boat, Uncle Rods. I want you on the boat at the bartender table, because I know you don't drink. Mixing, you run on cokes for the people on the boat for the celebration, brother man. Listen,
I said to Rasta Crab, stop making me laugh, but now you're doing it now. Listen, you know what? In the day, right? You there on the boat? Are you on the boat?
Yeah.
All right.
He on the boat. He off the side of the boat with one life boys round his body, just keeping he afloat. But me and Pops on the boat.
Here we're gonna do, right? Live and direct. But I know some of my Caribbean brothers on the boat. May I join them, May I join them? I'm gonna come on the boat. I'm gonna knock some steel band. You see that? Prepare some steel band for the boat. You know what I mean? I'm coming on the boat. On there.
I can ask another question. 12th man. Liverpool winning this league?
Of course. Come on, it's 12 man basket, bro.
I know. I thought the only reason why you're like saying that you think they're gonna win is because you saw my memo. You saw I thought that was the reason why. There are these people being like, oh,
spectacular. When Harvey Elliott starts, when he comes back, I'm on the boat.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's just fortunate that we've had some fortunate luck. I hope that it continues. And what I mean by luck is that we have certainly had a coach that I don't know what it takes for some people to accept the fact that this administration has put together a good plan for a coach that fits this team and fits what the components that we have for this team to actually produce something that is professional and something that obviously knows how to be, it's been tried and tested, knows how to get these wins and actually prevail in these games. And it's a measure of the character I think a lot of these players have. The fact that, yeah, they could have, saw Klopp leave and said, all right, I'm out, but I mean, but there's more, but Klopp might be a part of Liverpool, but Liverpool are not Klopp, as in we are all a part of this system that makes up Liverpool, and it's important that we understand that. So that's why I'm excited to see what Slot is going to be able to bring to the table. I think that he's done an incredible job by keeping people happy, changing it up a little bit. Look, the last time I remember we have one of the most endearing coaches possibly that I've ever seen in my lifetime. Have to take off Mo Salah, and he's throwing tape down and doing a little hissy fit. But yet here we are seeing a coach that has already subbed Mo out of games in sometimes in parts of the game where we're all like, whoa, that was unexpected. And
he is ruthless. He is ruthless.
Going to the bench and not making a thing about it, understanding that this is the role. Trent Alexander-Arnold, another player, another superstar, being told that, hey, this is a system, and we're going to need you at the end of this year. We're going to need to have these players be fit towards the end of this year, unlike last year, and that's going to take rotation. So it's going to take us. If you don't want to do it, I know everyone wants to play 90 minutes, I'm sure, but I mean, we're seeing a lot more of it, and it's it's very promising to see.
So with all of that, hold on, Rods. With all of that, 12th man, you still didn't answer the question. Liverpool winning this league.
I already said
that's a rhetorical question, man.
I want to hear you say it with chess. Let me hear it.
Liverpool winning the league. We're definitely winning this league because I believe in this team.
So you want to vote with me? You want to vote with me? Rods,
Rods
doesn't get you to join this vote,
We got a vote parade, man. We got a vote parade.
Hold on. You got me on the boat.
You got a vote parade. I know.
You got me on the boat. You got me on the boat. So don't watch that, right? But in relation to what 12 man just said, which is a lot of very good points, right? One thing I would pick up on is the fact that I do think at the end of the day, Slot's been able to do well like he is now, right? And part of it's down to sort of like Klopp of leaving a legacy there, because he's left a legacy for sort of like from like the first team down to sort of like the under 80s. He's left a legacy. He's got everything in the place. Because one of our problems was at the day when we had people like Rafa Benitez left, and we had Brendan Rodgers left. What happened at the day? He was left with nothing. You know what I mean? It was just left with nothing, and you have to literally start from scratch. But now at the end of the day, it's just like it's all there for him to actually try and make a success. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Really? So I do think at the day, Slot's played a big part in saying, look, you know what, I've left you these players. Do you know what I mean? Right now, it's down to you to kick on and sort of like see what you can do with the team. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's
Hustle Bones. You killing me with this one, bro.
The first person to sing his song was Klopp.
Yeah.
He knows what's up. He knew what was up.
Yeah.
Agreed. I just like what I'm seeing, man. I can be honest with you. I like what I'm seeing. I like even more to see the downfall of Arsenal, and they just go in the opposite direction. I want to see Spurs pass Arsenal just to see the Arsenal fans going to more of a meltdown in the table. Spurs bottled it last time. They should have took care of the Tractor Boys. Now they got a tough win this weekend, and hopefully they can do something this weekend.
I'm glad. You know what? I'm glad they lost it. No, and take this the right way, Spurs fans, because I do have a lot of Spurs friends, and I like a good bit of them. And what I mean is, I'm glad that they lost to the Tractor Boys because you know what? It's a reality. It's a reality. It's like a smack that like say, hey, you know what? You're gonna have to bring your A game. You're about to go against someone that's a lot tougher than the Tractor Boys in the competition that you have ahead of you. And if they're serious, they're going to make a push for it. And I think that they've got incredible. They have some really good talent. I do rate Solanke. I think that Son is one of the best players especially one of the best Asian players I've seen in the Premier League of all time. You know, they have some really, really talented players, and you know, I hope that they do get it together because we're gonna need them to beat some of these teams that we want to make sure that we can get some separation from as well.
100%. Honesty, who scored the third goal? Tell me, Nunes.
Ugarte.
Oh, that
Crazy. Yeah, but listen, man. For me, it's going all right, but I also look at it glass half full kind of way. In like other teams are not playing up to standard like they were last couple of seasons. Manchester City, Arsenal, you know. So for me, we're riding a nice wave. I like it. I hope it never ends. And yeah, long may it continue, man. Like,
yeah,
I am telling you guys right now. Today is the 15th of November. The next time we play in the Premier League, which is next weekend, we got Southampton. Anyhow, we beat Southampton, which in my opinion, we beat in Southampton, right? And that's 3 points. And City dropped points.
Right.
And then City's next game is against us.
At Anfield.
At Anfield.
Mm-hmm.
And we beat City at Anfield. Watch the amount of Liverpool fans are going to jump in the boat along with me and Pops and 12th man and be saying we win in this league.
But Barnes, that would be 11 points ahead of City. That would be like what? Yeah, about 10. If you go 10 points ahead of City, come on, man. Why wouldn't you not say that with chest? Of course.
So why you don't say it with chest no?
Because
like
it's still 11 games in though. Like
Hasn't
what
happened
Rod's
yet.
saying.
Yeah, I got you.
Still 11 games, 27 games left. 27 games.
Like I said, we need those. I always look at it as like the wounded animal is like the one to be feared of. Sometimes,
That's
like
right.
I said, when you have those teams that have been trying to find they're on a losing streak or whatever, you know, eventually they're going to have that you know, pride check, or they're gonna figure out some way to like pull out some miracle, or maybe just the luck just falls in their favor. So like if that's the case, I'm just saying I'm hoping that Spurs that loss against Ipswich was that reality check that they needed. That hey, you know what? Yeah, you can't come if you're even remotely looking to go and play in Europe. You know, you're gonna have to have these big games. Spurs are a boogeyman type team for City. Let's not get it twisted. They already beat them once. You know, they need to beat them a second time. That's how I look at it. And if they can get that confidence up, and I'm hoping the Spurs fans, the ones that did the raid, are in here. I hope that you don't lose sight of that and you know, get your team together so they can beat City and beat Arsenal when they play Arsenal too.
I play in the
highlight. Stop playing the highlight.
I play in the parlay for Spurs to beat City and see and be like, yeah, win me some money, Spurs. Come on.
Stop playing the highlight, Spurs. Stop playing the highlight, man. God damn.
Well, he doesn't know anything else, Rastakan.
After that they can lose all the rest of it.
He doesn't know anything else. He's literally admitting it. He's literally admitting it. He doesn't know how to play anywhere else than the high line, because whenever they get caught out by the high line, you notice that they haven't got a plan B.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I was getting beaten against Chelsea, and people were screaming at them to sort of like, you know, step back, they still kept the high line, even though there's about like, what was it, 3 goals down, some crap like that. Do you know what I mean? You know, so they literally don't know how to play any other ways. That's the frightening thing about it. But I like
what I don't understand, Rods, is that how is he still playing a high line and Van de Ven is out? That part baffles my mind.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
How is it that Van de Ven is out and he's still playing a high line?
Yeah. That's just the way they play. That's just the way they play.
That's crazy.
They literally, you know what it is? They literally don't know how to play any different. His tactics doesn't allow for sort of like a plan B. He's just got one tactic, and that's attack. That's attack. Do you notice it in days sort of like when they're getting beaten, they still play the same. They don't dress back. They still play the same way. You know what I mean? So they literally don't have to play another way.
I ask you though, so are you trying to say again? I know we have Spurs fans or Spurs supporters in the chat. Are you trying to tell me that their team is basically live or die off of their one player?
Yeah.
Because I'm not going. If I'm Ange, I'm not going to say, "Oh, well, we don't have this player in, so now we have to and now we have to change up everything." I mean, you still have to.
See what it is. What it is, his tactics at the day is the high line.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, he's tactics the high line. Right. Well, what I'm saying is that he hasn't got a plan B, so he will always play the high line, even though he's getting beaten, and there's been proof of that. From like Chelsea games, the game the other day with the Ipswich, do you know what I mean? And they just literally play the same way all the time. They don't say, like, you know what, today we're going to take 10 steps back so we're not getting caught out. They don't do that. Do you know what I mean? All right, it's like with us when we played.
They literally, but they controlled that game. It was a pretty even game. I understand the sense of like but they had the good majority of possession, the good majority of momentum. They got hit on the counters, or they got hit like as in by the goals early in the first half, and then they got a little bit of a concession goal in the second half. But they controlled the majority of that game. It was just
in the second half or first half.
Well, I know that they had double the shots. They had I don't know about the possessions. It just so happens that Ipswich by that high line, and I will admit that they do play a high line. I'm just saying that you have to believe that your components, the components that you have on the pitch, whether the same components I talked about, Solanke, Son, those kinds of guys, are going to be able to get a goal, if not two, against Ipswich. They should be able to.
They should.
Anyway, fellas, listen. Sorry, Uncle Rod, to cut you. I got a bounce, man. I got to go.
All right, Crab. See you, brother.
Big up everybody. Enough love.
Big up, Crab.
Big up Uncle Rod. Big up Maddie. Big up the chat. Please like and subscribe, people. Drop a like. And thanks, guys. I'll be watching from afar, but enjoy the rest of the show, man. Good night, everybody.
All right, be safe. Have a good weekend.
Yeah. Thank you.
Lobster.
Lobster, you know. You won't call him lobster, you know. You know what is 12 man, right? Is that if you get if you got a pattern of play and you go ahead, and then you get caught up by a counter attack, what you would do it and they say, you know what, I don't want to get caught like this again, so I'm gonna a little bit more defensive. That means just like stepping back a bit, But what they tend to do, like not just that game, but other games, it's just 90 miles an hour all the time, 90 miles an hour. And there's certain games at the day that you cannot play 90 miles an hour. We found out as Liverpool Football Club, on the clock, we found out that certain games you cannot play 90 miles an hour. You have to just contain yourself. You know what I mean? This is what like one of the things I like with Slot, because what he does at the end of the day, when he goes to goal up, it's all about possession. Keep possession of that ball, pass the ball in front of that, right? Let them come to you because you're winning. Let them come to you and hit them on the break. Do you know what I mean? Basically, control the game. Do you know what I mean? Game management. Do you know what I mean? What I find out with sort of like Tottenham, and they've got good players like Kulusevski, Solanke, Song. Do you know what I mean? and all sorts. They've got good players, but they just know how to play one way, just one way, 90 miles an hour, no defending, just do it. Do you know what I mean? Because and you have got proof of that in certain games. Do you know what I mean? They should have beat Ipswich the other day. They should not have lost against Ipswich the other day. I'm sorry, there's no excuse for it. At home as well, you know. At home, you could not be losing against Ipswich. I'm sorry. You know what I mean?
That's been their strength, is winning at home. They've struggled on the road. Spurs have won only one road game this season, and that was against Manchester United. They've not won any of the others.
Yeah.
Which is pretty crazy. You make good points there, Rods. Even when they're holding a lead in a game, you still see Ange instruct his players to still hold a high line, and this high line is pushed up all the way up to the halfway part of the pitch.
Exactly.
When you're up, there is no reason to be playing the line that high. You need to just drop back and contain yourselves and make sure you hold on to the lead. Because those times when he was doing it, they've conceded and they've ended up drawing those games, and sometimes they've lost the game when you've done that. It's just a one-trap mentality that Ange is doing, and he needs to change it up a bit. Can't be doing the same thing over and over again, right?
Yeah, it's true. Didn't he lose against Aston Villa?
Yeah.
And they was winning as well, weren't they? They was winning. They scored. They hit the first blow. They was winning, and they ended up losing. Was it 4-1?
4-1.
Yeah, 4-1.
Oh yeah. They did lose that game badly. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so
that was a while ago. It was a while ago, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So like, do you know what I mean? What is it about? What is about it? Don't get me wrong. I like Pochettino. I like him. I think he's.
I don't mind him either.
You know, because he's actually a Liverpool supporter, so I do like him. You know what I mean? Yeah, but like, he's got to find a different way of playing. Do you know what I mean? When you're ahead, control the game. This is not Celtic. You're not a Celtic anymore, you know. You're not a Celtic anymore where you was able to sort of like, you know, go 90 miles an hour and you hardly lost any games because of the quality of the actual league. This is a different league now. This is the Premier League, and from that, right, when you're not going to get no chances like you did up in Scotland. So you got to change up more game management. That's what I'm saying. All you got to do is game management. That's all. Ain't no big thing. You ain't got to drastically change the team. Just game management. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Tell your man's there. Just drop back. Just drop back. Hold on to possession, and bang. There you go. You understand?
I get what you guys are saying. I hear what you're saying. Look, and again, Jacob, if you hear me, I'm definitely looking for that invite to consider how much Spurs water I'm carrying here. Like, you know,
that's the one. It was Brighton, not Villa. It was Brighton.
Oh,
Brighton did what? Brighton did what?
They were leading, and then Brighton came back and dusted them out because they kept playing the high line. They beat Villa 4-1.
Yeah, it brushed up. Brighton brushed them up in it.
Yeah, he did. They did.
I was gonna say, I was just gonna say that. Look, before this bad spell for Spurs, and again, this is all about as much as I'm gonna talk about Spurs anymore. But before that bad spell, they were on a 5-game. I think they're on a 5-game winning streak.
Yeah, there was winning.
Maybe someone in chat could back me up on that one. Probably was a 5-game winning streak. I remember hearing something like that because it was a big thing that they lost. And when I heard that they lost to Ipswich, it was surprising because I thought, oh, well, maybe they lost to Ipswich on the road and they lost them on the road at home. So that was disappointing. I'm sure that was a reality check, and I'm sure that was a gut punch for them. But I'm just trying to get across that, like, that gut punch needs to be a reality check to them to say that they need to get their SHIT together because we need them to get a result against. Whether it is a draw or whether it is a win, we need them to get a result against City because there's only a few teams truthfully out there that I could actually see beating City or giving City, especially in this state that they're in. There's only a few teams out there that I could actually see giving them a run for their money, and it's not necessarily it's not, your Ipswiches and the likes. It's more so the teams that do normally give them problems, like the Spurs, like Crystal Palace, teams that I hope can get it together and actually get a result, whether it's on the road or at home against City, because those points are going to be valuable points that we'll need to have if we do go through some tough spells for ourselves later on in the season.
Yeah, you know what it was. I didn't think that Bournemouth was going to beat them.
Bournemouth?
I was surprised. I was surprised. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, mind you, and look at Crystal Palace and Crystal Palace last season, right, was sort of like, you know, they started to do well, didn't they? But now they can't even buy a win.
Yeah, but you know why that is, though. You know why Palace is struggling. When you get rid of your best player in Elise and you get rid of your best centre back in Anderson, you are going to struggle.
Yeah.
You are going to struggle. And Eze is always heard at some point in time in the season, where is your productivity is going to come from? You have no one else that's going to do it for you. And you cannot defend like how you used to. Palace are in some serious problems.
Yeah, they are.
They're in a problem.
Would you take Eze in the Liverpool team?
I wanted Elise. That's what I wanted.
Oh, he's quality.
He is.
He is quality.
He's the one I wanted. It wasn't Eze.
And he's ripping up for Germany at the moment.
Yeah, he's playing well for Bayern. Eze, why do we really need him? We've got Harvey Elliott already.
Yeah, I suppose so. But wouldn't you
Eze
have it?
is not a winger, in my opinion. Eze is more of a 10.
Yeah, but would you have it sort of like buy him as sort of like for strength and depth? Do you know what I mean? Sort of like, do you know what I mean? Because that's one. See, this is why I say it. They sort of like if coming to about March, April time, that we're still in the driving seat, that I'll start to believe because of the fact that we've got a thin squad. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm just scared at the day of us getting sort of like, you know, mass injuries and not having anybody to put out there. Do you understand what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I hear where you're coming because you're used to it. That's happened to us every season.
I was going to say, I think that's unfortunate. That's PTSD for a lot of people out there because I hear that thin squad reference a lot, and I go, we have the same number. Our squad's the same as every other team in the sense of, you know, every team has the same number of players on it, you know. So like if we could have a backup for every position, absolutely. But then again, our name would be Chelsea FC. So
I wouldn't want that though. I wouldn't want sort of like, you know, I wouldn't want abundance amounts of players. I understand where you're coming from. I do understand where you're coming from. But I wouldn't want abundance amount of players. Because I don't think we really need abundance amount of players.
Okay.
I think the other day, if we got like 2, maybe 3, I think we'll be all right. We will literally be all right. Do you know what I mean? You know.
Here's where I think we need.
So wait, you say 2 or 3? 2 or 3 additional players? You're saying, or you're saying 2?
Yeah, I mean, you got 2 or 3 additional because you can get like a left. You can get like a left centre back that can also play a left back. Yeah, you can get that. You can get to like a proper 6 in the day, right? And you can more or less say you buy a right winger so that Mo Salah doesn't have to play so much games. I'm just like talking about sort of like getting players that certain players don't have to play so many games. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
I get what you're saying.
You know, if you look at Mo Salah, Mo Salah and they plays a lot of games for Liverpool. He plays a lot. You know what I mean? And like, don't get me wrong, he does well. Do you know what I mean? He has his times that day where, you know, he might not have a good game, but that's like with everybody. Do you know what I mean? It's up to everybody. But what I'm trying to say, if you got like a player and they that you can deposit for him, say, well, look, yeah,
big up Jamie
if you have time. If you got a player and they that sort of like he can rotate with, do you know what I mean? And then you got like a player like in the 6 role and then they that can rotate. Then you got a left centre back that can also play left back that can rotate with certain players. You're all right then, because then at the day, your key players in your squad doesn't have to play so many games. You know what I mean? So then you don't get that burnout like we did under Klopp, because that's one of the reasons under Klopp that we got a burnout. Do you know what I mean? Like with Fabinho, Henderson, and so forth. Do you know what I mean? we don't really want to go through that again. We want our key players fresh right until the end of the season.
I hear where you're coming from, Rod.
Yeah, I know you're coming from.
Where we probably need to do is to reprogram our mind, because what we've seen so far from Slot is that there is rotation. Players, Mo is not playing 90 minutes game in, game out now. He's coming off. Many games he's been pulled out of games. He's been doing the same thing with Trent. And also our style is just not the same as how it used to be. It isn't that rock and roll, like up and down, hard on the legs, running all the time, like how it was on the clock. It's more systematic. It's more passing the ball, more controlled. You know what I mean? You're moving the ball from side to side. You're looking for your spots, your openings to put the ball through in the dangerous situations, and then pushing the ball forward. Yes, we're still extremely dangerous on a counter attack, and we can go balls to the wall immediately on a counter. We still have that in us. That's not changed, but the style of play has completely changed. So I don't think we're going to see, this is just my opinion, I don't think we're going to see the same injury issues that we've had over the last few seasons, just because of the difference in style of play that we have right now. And then number two is him taking out key players during games, and not guys like Mohamed Salah running 90 minutes every game for the last 15 games. And then people wonder at the second half of the season, wait, why is Mo drop off? Because he's tired. If he's run that much, he's going to be tired. He's a human being. He's not a robot. You know what I mean? So I think that's where we have to reprogram ourselves, because we're so used to 9 years of Klopp style that now with Mr. Lucknow in and how he does things, I think we're going to see a difference. And look, hey, Rods, you're going to join us. You're going to join us because
you know, you said you actually made some good points, and something, you know, that I never even thought of. You know what I mean? I didn't really think. You know what I mean? Because the style has changed. It is more contained. You know what I mean? And it's not like that, you know, rushing about all the time. So that could do something for an injury record. You know what I mean? To say like you got injury record down. You know what I mean? Obviously on the flip side of it, I'm saying it today. So like, you know, if we was to get players at the end of the day, we don't need an abundance amount of players. We don't need that. All we need is that 2, maybe 3 players at the end of the day that can sort of say, right, you know what, we can take out this person and put this person in. Do you know what I mean? Keep that person fresh for the next game and such. Because I don't believe in that in this like writing a blank checkbook. You know what I mean? And just saying, go out buy this, go out buy that. You know what I mean? Get the players that you need. You know what I mean? Don't get players that they for the sake of getting them. You know what I mean? You know?
I hear you.
But it's true what you're saying today. It's like the style is different now, so that's gonna make a difference. It's gonna make a difference.
Yeah, 100%. Go ahead, Bob.
I was just going to just add. I mean, a lot of your points are definitely well taken. I just think that the difference, and this is something, because I remember I went back and forth. I think it was on one of your Friday line shows. I think it was Mike Das was here, and we were going.
Yeah, Mike.
And you know, I was trying to emphasize the fact of, you know, this coach. One of the major reasons why they decided to go with this coach was because of his man management and the way that he tries to more astutely get the minutes out of these players, but not overexert the minutes out of these players to the point where they have something left in the tank when it comes to the end of the season. And he's probably and hopefully acknowledged that even more so, knowing that it's going to be a definitely a harder path to hold in the Premier League as opposed to the Dutch league. He can have a little bit more leeway to do that with his players there than he can in the Prem, especially with the physicality and the length of games that they're going to be involved in, and the certain level that they're going to be involved in. The other thing I wanted to make point of was that I know you made the point about Salah, and I'm agreeing. You know, shout out to Nolante. He always talks about Virgil van Dijk getting some rest as well, trying to be sure to get these players that are in their mid-30s or going into their mid-30s, not their mid-30 yet, but like into their mid-30s, that they properly get some, maintenance of their minutes. And I can accept that and agree upon that. But with the one thing about Salah, he said it again, and I know I'm basically should start getting money for promoting that feature, the roundtable feature, so much. But one of the things that he did speak on was the fact that even Salah recognizes and acknowledges the fact that, his play hasn't been start to finish 90 minutes of excellence all the time. But he's at a level and a position in his career where it's about having moments. It's about having those moments that are game-changing moments. And he has plenty of those moments. And those are the most important things that we want to have in players when it comes to trying to navigate this road towards making it towards the end of the season top the league. The other injuries are going to happen. Injuries are definitely going to happen. And the last part and point that I wanted to make from what you guys were talking about is that I get the whole rotation and having ideas about wanting players to be incorporated in the rotation. But what is unique about what Klopp has done, and certainly the last year or two, maybe not by his own choice, maybe it was his hands was forced somewhat, but certainly one thing that I've appreciated is the fact that we are bringing in more of the youth players or players that probably would not have ever gotten these opportunities. And because of that, they're getting the experience and they're getting the ability to feel as though they can and should have a place with this team. Whether Trey Neone, I'm hopeful and optimistic what he's going to bring to the team. For instance, we've seen it with Bobby Clark. Obviously Elliott was somewhat of a wonder kid already. But I mean, like all these young players that are actually being a part of this club, Curtis Jones, that are actually being influential parts of this club, but weren't big name acquisitions, is important to have as a part of the works that we see go on. Otherwise, you're always going out there spending money on your Anthony's or these or your Modrics and stuff like that, and hoping that 60, 70, 80 million pound player is going to make a difference, and we don't spend money like that. So it's one of those cases where I have very optimistic ideas about the way that the team is being run.
Well, before anything and Uncle start to speak, this is what I got to say. One of the reasons why we are doing much better in a new chapter is because we don't have an author that the ball smiles at you and all that sort of nonsense. That pretender is now gone, and it shows right because he had too much input. Club gave him too much leeway and everything else. And at some point in time, some people were talking about, he would have been under consideration for the coaching position. Thank God for Edwards, because if that was going to happen, he had be taking a hiatus off of LFC for a good goddamn minute. The other thing I look at is I want all the teams in them to improve, because I want them to have no excuse that, we was down or we was in this transition period and all these excuses. Because at the end of the day, one of the things that people don't give us credit for was when we had no backline, absolutely no backline, we still made fourth. Or was it third? I think it was third, right? We beat somebody to go third for the qualifications of the championship, right? So at the end of the day, as I said, for all those who talking about their team is down and this, that, the other, guess what? When we were short, we still carried on. That's the game of football, right? But at the end of the day, I want them to recover. I want them to have a full squad, because then when they get beat, I want to hear what will be the next excuse they're going to invent, right? And in regards to where people are like kind of like, in the two minds with how the team and stuff is going, as I said, sometimes it takes somebody with a different view and a different approach to get the best out of an individual or a team, right? And I'm not Klopp's biggest fan, but at the end of the
No,
day,
you're not. No, you're
the
not.
the the thing that
That's the
I
understatement.
constantly, well, I'm being politically correct today, But as I was saying, at the end of the day, what people fail to understand, and they gave certain players when they said it, they was like, oh, the person ungrateful and stuff. And Jones was one of them when he said that he actually liked playing under Slot because stuff was just a bit different that connected with him. The brother got a hard time for it, right? And at the end of the day, as I said, sometimes one gardener could get the best out of his nursery with his plants and stuff, and the next one comes in and do it a bit different. And if it blooms and it does good, why not give that person credit, right? No, the way how people was acting like, well, oh, Jones was ungrateful and this other player said this and this other player said that. But then, weird enough now, when Trent came out and said, well, he want Slot to tell him when he do this and he glad Slot is on his neck and stuff, nobody said anything then, right? So literally, you're giving one person credit, but then the other person who's saying the same identical goddamn thing, you were slating him off just because he wasn't at a premium level as Trent. So as I say again, it's like the double hypocrisy BS that goes on. So at the end of the day, as I said, hey, Slot doing his thing, and good luck to him to keep on doing it. Whether if we lose 2 or 3 games in the future, the other teams and them will lose the same amount because they still have to play us at some point in time. So it makes up for it.
We win in the
so
league, Matty.
that's
We win
just,
in-
as I said, like,
I just want to.
you didn't hear what I say? We on a new chapter without a dumb ass author.
No,
The
but I
author
asked you if we win in the league. I ain't asking you all of that. Are we winning
But
the
I
league?
just said it. New beginnings.
You know what it is?
Hey, tell me that we win in the league. I
Yes,
want
new
say it.
beginnings. Because we didn't, because with that anchor around we neck, we were sinking. And right now,
Matty
it's
does
the cold.
love Klopp. He does not like Klopp. Let me.
No, not
quick and
Klopp.
fast.
I'm talking about
Quick
his
and
other
fast, quick and
person, the
fast.
author,
Just
Go
quick
ahead.
and fast.
the writer,
quick
the
and
book
fast.
seller.
Go ahead, Uncle.
Just quick and fast. The only thing I would say in relation to that is like the same things that the day that Curtis Jones was saying when Slot come in was the same things he was saying that day when Klopp was there. Because remember the day Klopp had the gave me his career. Klopp had the put him on the map. If it weren't for Klopp putting him on the map, Slot wouldn't have anything to. You know what I mean? He wouldn't have anything to say about Slot because he wouldn't have been there. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
like I can understand that they sort of like, with the fact that they sort of like a new manager comes in, he shakes it up, new tactics and that, and you think, yeah, man, I'm feeling this because it's new. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, Curtis Jones is playing well, but he's always played well. He's always been a good player. Do you know what I mean? I've always rated him. I've never had anything bad to say about Curtis Jones because the only thing I'd say about Curtis Jones that I will criticize him about is like he holds onto the ball a bit too long. You know what I mean? Other than that, I think Curtis Jones is a brilliant player. You know what I mean? Trent as well. You know what I mean? Don't be mistaken today for his love for Klopp. You know what I mean? Yeah. But he's come in, Slot's come in, and he's made him more defensive than today. So it's something new. So he's gonna like it, and he's gonna speak about it. I didn't really pay too much mind about the fact that of what sort of like Curtis Jones said. When Slot come in, I didn't pay too much mind because all I just thought about it was like, it's new, you're gonna like it. You know what I mean? But like with Slot and everything, that Slot sort of like is inherited. Let's go. We've got to think about it. Slot's inherited a legacy, yeah, and he's doing well with that legacy. Do you know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie, he's doing well with a legacy because what he's done today, he's tweaked it and said, look, you know what? We don't need to be going 90 miles an hour. Let's just like get a goal, contain ourselves, and if we can get another goal after that, fair, we'll do it. But if we can't, we'll just take a 1-0. Do you know what I mean? You know. So what Slot's doing with the team is amazing. Because I think as well, just like one other point as well, I think as well, what's going to change now when a lot of clubs at the day are changing the sort of like the manager. Yeah, they're not going to get managers anymore. They're just going to get head coach. You're just going to come in as a head coach. Because look at Amron. Now, Amron's gone to Man United and he's a head coach. Do you know what I mean? That guy from Brighton at the day, he's a head coach.
Yeah.
Slot at the day, head coach. What I think is going to be at the day, right? You're going to have to work your way up to get to a manager. Do you know what I mean? Because if you just come into a squad and just get put in as a manager, when it goes wrong, right? That manager is hard to get rid of. You have to pay him so much money and this and that. Now, when he's a head coach now, you know what I mean? It's a bit more easier, and you don't have to pay him that much. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Do you know what I mean? You know?
Yeah, that's a fair point.
So we're going to see now is a lot of teams today that's going to say, like, you know, you're not going to go down the manager route. They're just going to go and get a head coach. Your job is a head coach. You coach the team, and we apply the players. Do you know what I mean? And give it to you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Uncle Albert, let me hear you, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Just waiting for Iron Mike to do his thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. I hear watching it too.
I like me some Iron Mike, man. Back to back, harking back to the days when we'll stay up to watch Mike finish the job in 2 minutes, man. I love Mike. Always Mike, man. So you see, we've been talking for a while, many of us, and you know my feelings about, especially the last years of the Klopp reign. Klopp wasn't coaching the team. At least for the last 2 years of the time he was manager, he wasn't coaching it. It was Pep, and the results are clear. I mean, nobody. In fact, if Liverpool had bought different players, then maybe we would have said, okay, so Slot has come with different. Slot hasn't brought a single player in. Very shocking statistic that he hasn't even brought in anybody apart from Chiesa, who is essentially not playing. And I don't think Slot brought in Chiesa anyways. But the same players who were there before Pep Linders and Klopp left are the same players Slot is using, and it's almost like a different team. What is he doing? He is not playing that hell for leather football. Look, let me go back to the day we lost 5-2 against Real Madrid. I bet you if Slot is in the lead 2-0 against Real Madrid, we don't get done 5-2. Because at 2-0, Trent was still leaving his post, not having learned any lesson from having been done by Vinicius Jr. in the final. He was still abandoning his fullback position and bombing forward. And that's how we were caught out yet again. Things have changed. Slot has clearly told Trent that, look, you're a brilliant player, you're a brilliant passer, but what I need you to do is to be a fullback first and foremost. That is what most of us were saying. That what is the point in having a guy who is advertised as being a right fullback, and then some people tell us, oh, he's so good going forward, so somebody else should do his defensive duties. Clearly, that has changed. Since that change, we are not conceding goals in the manner in which we used to concede. And let me just hand out the statistic. In the last 2 years of Klopp's reign, we conceded the first goal 24 times each year. 24 times each single year. That's not happenstance. That's a habit. That's a pattern. This season, how many times has it happened out of the 17 matches we played? So sometimes, let me say this for the not to be condescending, but just for want of a better word. That the cult around Klopp, like, it's hard to get because we all watch the game. All of us watch the game. We all see the nuances that Slot has. I'm not for once saying that Slot is a better coach than Klopp. It's disrespectful to say that, okay? But I think that for the last 2 years of Klopp's reign at Liverpool, he wasn't coaching the team. And the person who was coaching the team is the person who has gone to
Salzburg,
and they are thinking of getting rid of him already.
Yes, because he's rubbish. Them again, thumped.
Yeah, and it's the same rubbish. Instead of learning,
Thank you, Uncle Albert.
instead of
He
learning how
belongs
to
in
coach
Barnes and
and
Noble.
coaching the team, he was more interested in writing stupid books and blowing his whole horn and telling people how he himself wanted the team to coach, and he did try to get Klopp's position. If you read the article that Paul Joyce wrote and what he himself said, Mike Gordon called him and told him that no, we are not giving you the team because we don't want you to come after Klopp. What does that say the owners think about you? If they tell you, oh, we don't think you should be coming after Klopp, go somewhere else and hone your craft and come back. I mean, they clearly telling you are not ready for prime time because they saw how useless you were. Then that's just what it is. So,
Uncle,
yeah.
Uncle, there was no hone in his craft. The only thing that he could get better at is winning a prize, winning novelist or something like that. There's no coaching for him.
Because
there's no coaching for the bookseller.
At the end of this season, we will have a better assessment to make of a better comparison, because right now we've played we are hardly a third of a way into the season, but clearly there's a difference. With the same players, there's a difference.
Yeah.
My thing is, if we don't enhance the team before an expected, and it is expected it will happen, expected period in which there are some injuries that we cannot control, we may find ourselves getting done again. So my thing is, we need to reinforce the left side of the defense, and we need reinforcement in the halfback position. At least that's what I think. If we do that, I don't see us not winning at least the league. As for the Champions League, it's all up in there. And in any case, the way they've done the Champions League now, we have a better chance of winning it than it was before. Because right now, anybody plays anybody. And sometimes your style is suited better to a certain team than others. So we'll see what will happen. But definitely, everybody can see that we are playing a lot better. I mean, if Slot can bring this out of Gravenberch, what was Gravenberch doing on the bench? For some of us to be able to say that, why did we even buy him? If he's that good, why did he stay there on the bench for as long as he did? Why were we talking? In fact, why were we even trying to get Zubimendi? If Gravenberch is that good, why were we trying to get Zubimendi? For what were we trying to get him for? So we'll see what happens. And it's also clear to me that Salah wasn't too enthused about the last few months, or let's say last few years of Klopp. It's becoming evident to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but hey, that's just me.
Yeah, I've been calling out the whole Pep Linders situation that he was the one that was coaching Liverpool. I saw it clear as day. The first season it was a little clouded. 2 seasons ago was a little clouded about it. Last season was fully convinced. Then when it comes to this season, and you see the complete different how Slot's working with the team, and then you go and see Linders doing what he's doing over in Salzburg, it fully convinced me that he was the one running the team and not Klopp. And I'm not a Linders fan. I think Linders came into the situation at the right time. Needless to say, I wouldn't put it past that Linders is the one that got Bouvats out. I might be speculating, but
No, you're not speculating.
Exactly.
Read that article by Paul Joyce.
No, you're not.
Read it. If you read it, I mean, basically he was snitching to Klopp and basically just telling Klopp what he wanted to hear. That's why Bouvats left. Read that article by Paul Joyce.
well, there you go.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't even read that article, and I came to that conclusion after watching and seeing the things that has happened over the last few years, being a Liverpool fan here on the sidelines. So then my eyesight gotta be good then. So that's why I keep telling everyone, Liverpool winning this league this season. I'm fully convinced. I've been convinced because we had the team last year. The team has not changed. We just doing a different style. And we're 11-1-1, guys. Well, 9-1-1, sorry. Not 11-1-1. Hear me mad. We only play 11 games so far this season. A forced loss that no one anticipated, but it happened. And then a draw against Arsenal. Yes, we got away with a draw. I think we could have lost that game, but we also could have won that game. If Endo had played that through ball to Darwin Núñez at the end of the game, who knows what would have happened? Maybe Núñez had hit the bars, but maybe Núñez scores that goal and we win 3-2. Because the pass was there. Endo just didn't play. But hey, I am very, very happy on what we're seeing. I think we still haven't played our best football yet this season. I think we've seen it in spurts. We've either seen it in the first half, but most of the time we've seen it in the second half. But Slot really, really intrigues me because I think he uses the first half in games to analyze what teams are doing, and then he counters it in the second half by his brilliance of tactician knowledge that he has. And then he comes back in the second half, and you see a team negate anything that this team was doing in the first half. They don't get it done in the second half, and we just negate it, and then we go on the boil, and then we beat teams. Look at what happened in Leverkusen. 0-0 draw. Came back 4 in them in the second half. That's just a coach that is seeing what's going on, and he's making his tweaks and changing his systems. What I will like him to do, in my opinion, and Uncle Albert, I'll come at you and see if you agree with me, and then I'm going to go to 12th man into this, and then Madi. I would like us to stop starting the game off with a 4-2-4 press. For me, when we play like that, it opens up the midfield. And I think in certain games we've got taken advantage of. In the Arsenal game specifically, I will have to say that. I prefer if we started the game at a 4-2-3-1 and not go with that 4-2-4 press right off the top. What's your thoughts?
I actually think we should get rid of Robertson. That's what I think. Starting with that press in and of itself, for me, is not the problem. It's getting done with the ball over the top. You see, you need to understand. How can I even tell you to understand? Every coach you are going to play these days will watch all your previous games.
Yeah.
Right? They will watch all your... That ball over the top that got Robertson done, it wasn't happenstance, it was a plan. If you remember, the previous game, Madueke had done him so many times with that ball over the top. The only thing is Madueke doesn't have any end product. Give Saka that opportunity and you are playing in a different league. So that ball over the top, the shuffle back onto his left foot proper was all a plan. They knew, put that ball over the top to Saka, Saka will get him done. And that's exactly what happened. Notice how in a few days or a few weeks passing, Robertson has gone back to the tried and tested propaganda playbook where he goes and does an interview and says, "Oh, I had a bad 45 minutes." So everybody is saying, what's wrong with your ass? You've been asked for a while. I mean, you've been asked for a while. Virgil has been covering for you, but Virgil ain't there to cover for you all the time. But that Saka moment, and I call it a Saka moment, is something that should have come home to all of us, that although he's been one of the best servants of our team in recent time, his time is slowly getting past. And that interview in and of itself should have told us that, look, this guy, he knows he's gone. But hey, for me, I still think that I won't necessarily quibble with it, but it needs to be tweaked to adapt for different kinds of opponents, because the coaches are watching. They watch the video analysts. They do everything that needs to be done to prepare for you. Of course, like good old Mike Tyson will say, you can have all the preparation in the world. When you get punched in the nose, all those preparations go out of the window. So Liverpool is a better team than we give it credit for, at least for what I am watching this season. They are a much better team than you give them credit for. So in the famous words of my brother, Mr. E, I guess Bournemouth isn't for everybody. I guess Milan isn't for everybody. And frankly, it even looks like what's the other place? It's Bournemouth, Milan, and somewhere else. It ain't for everybody. But I still think that we will be fine. But we need to reinforce the left side of our defense, and we need to have an option in the halfback role, because there's always that day when anything can happen to Gravenberch. If Gravenberch plays every match this season, we'll win the league. It's as simple as that. Maybe we win the Champions League too. If he plays, fine. But he's not going to play all the time. Definitely not going to play all the time. So that's my take.
Yeah. 12th man, let me hear you.
I don't think you want to hear me. I don't think anybody wants to hear me.
Why?
I don't know if anyone's listening. Look, I get under everyone saying that what they're saying. Everyone's warranted their opinions, obviously. Some of us look at the game differently, or we're looking for different aspects of the game that really do matter to us. But when it gets down to, let's address all the different points that have been made. When it gets down to Robertson, we already had this discussion earlier. I'll just underline what we just basically said earlier again, is that, look, Robbo got beat by one of the best right wings in the Premier League, if not one of the best right wings in Europe. And not only did he got beat in a game that everyone's eyes were on. So everyone has certainly addressed and made their points about how Robbo's this and Robbo's that. Look, Robertson, for me, has enough money in the bank that one bad half does not make me say you're done and washed. When it comes to some of the other things, though, with this team, what's unique about it is this is we're a part of a fan base that, unfortunately, if we go with every knee-jerk reaction that our fan base does or spouts out, sometimes wildly, sometimes and often loudly, we would not have Cody on this team. Because there was a part and point when people were yelling for Cody, saying he's not Liverpool level and he needs to go. We wouldn't have Lucho on this team. People that are still somewhat saying Lucho would have gone. We would have had Gordon from Newcastle on this team. There's people on this in the fan base that had a big question mark and called me out for it when I said Endo was going to be influential in some way, in some capacity for this team. Never say he was going to be an outright starter and be like the bee's knees. I said he would be an influential player for us for the role that we need him to become. And often, and it's so telling, often when players start to get a little bit of momentum or something behind them, all of a sudden, that's their man. Or I always knew. But yet, that's not the case, because I know that there's a lot of people that weren't sold on Gravenberch. But Gravenberch was playing a completely different role in a completely different system. Now he's played on Bayern Munich and Liverpool now, and he's made his mark here with Slot. I thought he had some good games under Klopp in the 8 role. He just unfortunately got injured once or twice, and then it was difficult sledding to get back into the lineup. But it's just so telling that it's interesting when people get a little bit of momentum, or they get game time, or they get the ability to actually showcase their talent, how people all of a sudden start to like get amnesia. And I'm not talking about anyone in the chat. I'm not talking about anyone on the panel. I'm just saying it's
in general.
Interesting. Right. In general. Yeah. Like, it's interesting that people tend to get amnesia about the comments, about sometimes the very disconcerting comments that they make about these players and the evaluations that they have, that all of a sudden don't even spot with what they see today. And again, that could be for even Curtis Jones, because there's a lot of people that have been anti-Curtis Jones, then they got on the bandwagon for Curtis Jones, and then all of a sudden he got hurt and he had to work his way back to fitness, and all that time people are saying, bun Curtis Jones. It's just so intriguingly interesting to me that we run across a lot of these situations. And if anything, the whole point of my rant here is that a lot of these players are going to have down periods. They're going to have moments where they're going to have to dig down deep and figure out how to get that level back to where it's been before, whether it's because of injury or whether it's because of maybe something personal going on in their lives, like people getting kidnapped or something like that, to show another example. Like, as in, there's going to be things that happen, and how we navigate all these different things, how they navigate, I should say us, how they navigate, but also us supporting and trying to bring out the right type of criticism of their game is going to be an interesting two-step, it seems like, because it doesn't always work out that way. And it's just so interesting, because I know of so many players that are all of a sudden, they got banners behind, they got pictures of the players behind them when they pop on the screen, or all they can talk about is this player, this player, this player. When the same time last year, you're saying this player's washed or this player's done. There are people saying that Salah should be gone. There are people that were saying that Mo Salah should not be on this team any longer, and he was done.
Good crap.
But realistically, why I'm getting on this soapbox is because you know what's so wonderful about when you do support your Reds and they end up working out for the best? Not only are you a winner, and those that were spouting out the BS and all the other crap, they're winners too, because they get to enjoy it too as well. They're Reds, I understand that. But it's a little bit more like it definitely warms in your heart a little bit more, knowing that you're not giving up on these players. Some of them are warranted, but not every last one of them. Just because they go on a bad spell does not mean that they're trash and need to be gone. Because if that was the case, we wouldn't have Gomez on this team. And that's why it's so invigorating to see that these players are getting the opportunity to showcase, have their redemption arc. And it's just like Robertson said, with those that doubt him, you know what? You're giving him inspiration, because he's going to prove you wrong. And you know what, Robbo? I believe in you. And that's what I want to say. So.
Let me say something. Let me say something. This season or this off season, the club themselves wanted to get rid of Lucho. That's given. They wanted to get rid of him. That's why they were going to go and get Anthony Gordon. That's why they did everything to get rid of to get Gordon, because Lucho hadn't been playing well.
That's not.
You see, football is not St. John's. Football is not St. John's Ambulance Brigade. It's not a charity. It's not a Red Cross. So if you're not playing well and you're not playing well consistently for a while, somebody is going to spot it, and if they need to get rid of you, they are going to get rid of you. Especially in a team like Liverpool, in the big teams. I don't make the rules. I just play the game. Liverpool wanted to get rid of Lucho. Hold on. Liverpool wanted to get rid of Lucho. That is why they were going for Anthony Gordon. That's why they did everything to go for. The only reason why they didn't get rid of Lucho is because PSG didn't come through and Barcelona couldn't pay either.
That's why your statement's not factual. Look. What's your personal evaluation of?
Topman, I listen to you.
That's not factual. I can easily.
Topman, let me speak.
Talk louder over me. I got you.
Let me speak, please. I didn't speak over you.
I know, but
see,
you're not.
This notion that everything is a kumbaya and we just have to keep quiet and watch everything thread together, then we shouldn't even be here. Lucho wasn't playing well. That's just it. That's the reason why would the team go for Anthony Gordon and have him, Gakpo, and Lucho in the same position in the same team? What were they going to do with the three of them?
What was his evaluation? What was his evaluation? What was his market value set by Liverpool?
I didn't speak above you. Let me speak. Let me have my say.
It's because you're not saying actual factual things.
No,
what you're
you
saying
are
is you're
not
speaking on some feelings about kumbaya. What we're saying is
you were not being factual. I didn't interrupt you. You were not being factual. I didn't interrupt you. So let me speak. You have an opinion. I have an opinion. It's not only your
having an opinion is one thing. It's not.
No.
What you're saying
You
is
don't
not
have any facts. 12 months. You don't have any facts. You have.
Let me say what 75 million. Around 75 million is what they evaluate the player at.
I didn't speak about you, so let me speak.
Saying you're trying to get rid of.
The only person. You are not the only person who has an opinion. You are not the only person with the truth. So let me speak. I'm not going to allow you to go above me and tell me I don't have facts. You don't have facts either.
I don't have facts. Trust me, brother. I have plenty of facts. And that's why I'm trying to get lightly with the fact that you just said something that's not factual. You just said that they're trying to get rid of Lucho. If they were trying to get rid of Lucho, they would have gotten rid of him for whatever price came in.
That's the fact, my brother. The team wanted to get rid of Lucho. So let me speak.
Okay, you're right.
You're
That's
not
the fact.
allowing me to speak. You always do this. Oh, you're not the only person with the facts, bro. You're not the only person. So you need to let somebody else speak. I listened to you. I didn't agree with what you were saying, but I didn't speak about you. So
that's because you're not. But I'm not saying anything that's not factual. I'm saying something that is factual.
I am not going to allow you to tell me what the facts are. Because I know the facts as well as much as you do.
That's a personal decision then, okay?
Well, that's fine. That is fine. As far as you are concerned, it's personal. But the team wanted to get rid of Lucho. That is truth. That happened. Right? So don't tell me it's not factual. The team wanted to get rid of Lucho. That's the reason why they went for Gordon. Or you are telling me that they didn't go for Gordon. Say that too. The reason is that he wasn't playing well. So, as fans, we all have our opinions. I have heard last season the laughable things that were going on that we should get rid of Mo Salah. Those people who were saying that are not saying that right now. Reason is he also had a dip. So, as fans will have opinions. It doesn't stop anybody from being a fan. But football is not a cult. It's not a kumbaya thing where we all put our hands together and say, "Dear my Lord, kumbaya." We don't do that. If somebody is not playing well, he's not playing well. And fans have a right to have an opinion. Robertson has not been playing well for a while. What happened against Saka was a culmination of the fact that he hadn't been playing well. The week before, when we played Chelsea, he was done several times by Madueke. It's just that Madueke is useless. Right? So if somebody has that opinion, fine, they have that opinion. Nobody's saying that the club should go out, and if fans feel that a player is not playing well, then immediately they run and go and get rid of him. That's not the point, but the fans have a point. Trent had not also been playing well in his defensive position. This season is completely different. And if somebody brought a player like Gravenberch to our team and was not using him right, that's on them. So if somebody says, and I have not been down that road, but if somebody else says, what's Gravenberch doing in our team? Well, what's he doing in our team? Because he's not being used as effectively as he's supposed to be. That has changed. Nobody's saying that. I don't think any fan has said that we should get rid of Alexis. Why? Alexis has his bad days. He has his off days because Alexis has been a proven performer in the team. That's all. People have gone and actually said we should get rid of Mo Salah. Surprising. I mean, hey, even Nunes has been playing very well this season. So I don't hear anybody saying let's get rid of him because he's been playing well. Fans will be fans. The short form of fanatic is fan. So we are going to say what we are going to say. It doesn't mean that somebody has an opinion and the person is smoking cheap weed or something. But it's based on what they see. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
And
so,
as always, on
wait,
Agent Rex.
oh man, let me say this. Look, I'm going to make sure that you made your point. I got to make my point. My apologies for interjecting the way I did, but I just think that I don't think your comments were actually factual in that if they were moving on from Lucho had already spoken on the fact that he had put out there that he was interested in possibly going to Barcelona if a team was out, if there was any team that he wanted to go out after his dad and the whole nine. I get all that report and everything else. But the points that I say are not factual is the fact that if you want to move on from Lucho, you would price him at a price point that will get him out the door. It's that simple. I know that you don't necessarily deal with a lot of those things, but I get the fact that if you wanted to move Lucho on, you wouldn't have the high, if not, I don't personally think it was high, but to a lot of people, that's why I was trying to ask you, what was your evaluation for Lucho? Is it 60 million? Is it 50 million? Is it 75 million? Is it 100 million? I'm asking, what was your evaluation of the player? Because obviously Liverpool and the backroom staff put a price tag on him that PSG or Barcelona was not interested on making a move on. Second, one of the players that was the most used starter on this team last year, for the last year that Klopp was here, was Lucho. Okay, so therefore he is certainly a player that was appreciated by Klopp. And then you're going to say, oh, well, he doesn't want it. You know what? One of the first players that Slot talked about being essential to this team was, once again, Lucho. And that's why I'm trying to emphasize, I get that they went for a left wing. Wow, that's no big headline, because how many left wings have we gone for? We haven't gone for right wings, but we consistently go for left wings. And I get that. There's no reason why we had to bring in Cody, but we did. And I appreciate the fact that we did do that. Now, if it was a difference when Sadio was leaving and we were in need of a left wing, that's cool. But there was no guarantee that even Mane was going to leave at the time that we got Lucho. So saying that we were in the market for Gordon has nothing to do with Lucho or even Cody or even any of the players that would play on the left side. That's why I'm saying what you're saying is not factual. It is just not based in common factual sense. You don't price a player at some enormous number if you're trying to move them on. You just don't do that. You figure out a price. And even if you don't, and even if you did put at 75 million, you know what? If you're trying to move them and that makes something of a difference, then whatever price they came at, you'd figure out a way to compromise because you're trying to move Lucho. But they didn't for a reason. So when I say you're not saying things that are factual, yeah, they're not. That's what I'm trying to get across. Like hearing people say opinions are fantastic. I have an opinion. I get it. You don't want to hear my facts or my opinions? Fantastic. You don't have to accept or appreciate them. But what I'm trying to get across to you is that is the reality. If they wanted to get rid of the player, he would have been gone. He would have been gone. And it's that simple.
Well,
Hold on. You see, sometimes some people talk as if we all don't watch football. How much did Liverpool get rid of that kid that went to the two players that went to Brentford? How much did we get rid of them for?
Bobby Clark, 12 million, if I'm not
Go
mistaken.
on. How much did we get rid of all those players for? How much did we get rid of Ryan Bertrand? How much did we get rid of Solanke? Liverpool notoriously drives a hard bargain when they are selling players. So the fact that they wanted a certain amount of money for Lucho has nothing to do with the fact. What were they going to do with three left wingers? What were they? It's okay to have two because traditionally they have two players for every position. Slot has said that. What did they want a third left winger for? Liverpool drive a notoriously hard bargain, and I could go on and on and on. How much did they get rid of Solanke for? How much did the guy that went to Sheffield, that kid that went to Sheffield and has become us ever since? How much did we get rid of him for? Liverpool made a profit last summer and didn't use the money to buy anybody. So they do that. They wanted to get rid of Lucho. It doesn't matter how much you paint it, they wanted to get rid of Lucho. And the story, whether he was playing well or wasn't playing well, it's your opinion. And I will respect that. The fact that they wanted to get rid of him cannot be disputed. Whether he wanted to go, whether Mohammed wanted to go to the mountain or the mountain was coming to Mohammed, there was going to be a movement. That's it. Okay? We all watch the game. We all follow the intricacies of the game. When he wanted to go, and you see, for me, I would have been a lot more accommodating of what you're saying if you had brought in the fact that Lucho earns relatively less money compared with his fellow starters. So if he wants to leave, I get it, because he's on 55K. But they did want to get rid of him. That's why they wanted to bring in Anthony Gordon. That's it. Last season, yes, he was always the first name on the list because Klopp valued his defensive abilities. And it would appear that Slot also values his defensive abilities. But you will also agree that this season, his role has changed somewhat. Reference Leverkusen. What did he do? All of a sudden, they've dropped him to play as a center forward, and he did very well. All of a sudden, last match they played against, was it Villa? It was Villa, right? He reprised that role, dipping in and letting this guy do, letting what's his name? Nunes go to the other side as a winger, whilst he plays as a center forward. So the tweaks have happened. 12 months. It is not wrong for us to have an opinion, or for sometimes us to say we've had enough of a certain player. If the player is doing better after we say we've had enough of him, good for him. But it's not kumbaya, where we should all just keep quiet and just watch until the pudding bakes. This ain't no pudding fest. This ain't no halfway crook. This season, has anybody said Nunes should go? I want somebody who has said Nunes should go to raise their hand and say Nunes should go, because the evidence is on the pitch. At the beginning of this season, if we had gotten rid of Darwin Nunes, nobody would have raised an eyelid. Is anybody saying that now? So if Robertson comes good within the next few matches, maybe we'll stop saying that we should get rid of him. You see what I'm saying? So it's not a one-size-fits-all thing where everybody should just, sometimes the coaches don't know what they're doing. Is there anybody who really thinks that the coaches are not in our spaces and are watching the programs that we do? How many times have we been saying something in the commentary, and the next week you see the coach implement it? Maybe he saw it too. Maybe they listened to us. Maybe. I don't know. But I'm simply saying there's nothing wrong with us, the fans, having an opinion. It may be stupid, but we are the same fans that buy the merchandise that make them get paid as much as they do. We are the same fans that pay the cable rates, the Netflix rates, the Amazon rates. These days, if you want to watch Liverpool, if you're living in the States, you need to pay Amazon, you need to pay Paramount Plus, you need to pay ESPN, you need to pay your regular, your regular cable before you can watch every match Liverpool plays. That's why they get paid all the amount of money they get paid. So, nothing wrong with having an opinion.
Unless you watch it from a Spanish station where you don't have to watch Peacock or none of them.
Unless you have the stick, right? Unless you have the stick.
We got to put it right.
Which are
so that's just for me. Look, since I started supporting Liverpool all these years ago, at the time we supported it, we were watching with the Box TV. I'm sure all of you watch with the Box TV. Now we've gotten to the point where you have Liverpool on tap anytime you want. But I've always had an opinion. I mean, from the days, I don't even, it's not even necessary to go in there. But we've always had an opinion. And you should have an opinion if you're a fan. Why shouldn't you have an opinion? It may not necessarily be what somebody else wants to hear, but we respect it. The fact is, 12 months, at the end of last season, coming into this season, Lucho was going to go. For one reason or the other. Maybe your reason is right. Maybe my reason is right. Maybe it's a mixture of both. But Lucho was going to go. That's why they were trying to get Gordon. Right? That's just it. That's it.
They wouldn't have offered Gomez. They would have then just offered. Why not then just offer Diaz in a swap deal? If they're trying to get rid of,
I don't know. Maybe it would have come to that.
And they want Gordon so badly.
12. The reason why that didn't happen is that if you recall, they wanted Newcastle wanted
Kwanzaa.
The kid who's been texting.
Kwanzaa. They wanted Kwanzaa.
Kwanzaa, yeah, my country boy, by the way. So he.
You need to tell him to leave straight weather.
Yeah, they wanted him, and then I think Liverpool said, well, if you want a defender, you can take Gomez. I'm just trying to be a fly on the wall. So
why did they say that though? Why did they say the last point?
I have absolutely no idea. I think they wanted
a
defender.
I do know, and that's why I asked you the question, because I wouldn't ask you a question I didn't know the answer to. The reason why I did. Okay, go ahead.
12 man.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, we are all conjecturing because my daughter is not here.
I'm not. Not for some of these things I'm saying. I'm sure. They wanted Kwanzaa, and Liverpool said we are not selling Kwanzaa, but you can have Gomez. That's a reasonable argument to make, right? You want a defender? Okay, we are not selling this defender because he's a generational kid. We are selling. You can have that defender. They are all defenders. They are all central defenders. Makes sense.
To me, I don't know
Yeah.
what you know that I don't know.
So I know again. What I was trying to say is that why some of what kind of makes that argument not fall apart a little bit is because originally Newcastle was in the market to try and purchase Gomez from us. They'd given us a price, and it wasn't at the price that Liverpool was willing to sell or part ways with Gomez. Okay, so why Liverpool then turned around and said, what defender are we going to pick from this batch to give you? They chose Gomez because Newcastle was already interested in Gomez. Kwanzaa had made an emergence since that time, but Gomez was the original defender that they were interested in. So it made sense for Liverpool to come back and say, well, we don't want to sell you our young, talented Kwanzaa, but we'll give you a player that you were previously interested in and had even given us a price evaluation for that you were interested in going for. And then we'll market that into figuring out how we're going to get this deal done. That's why they went about and going away with that, going with that procedure to get the player. And yeah.
But 12 man.
And
only that the deal fell apart. The deal fell apart.
Okay, good.
Right, the deal fell apart because they sold Lewis Hall and the kid that went to Brighton. What's his name? Left winger that went to Brighton. Why? I have a headache, so all the names are gone. Sierra Leonean kid that went to Brighton. Guys, give me his name now.
Winger that went to Brighton.
Yeah, that kid. Minte, Yakuba Minte. That's the reason why the Liverpool deal fell apart. Because nominally, Newcastle wouldn't even sell any of those players, but they had FFP issues. The moment they sold Lewis Hall and Yakuba Minte, they walked away from the deal. So had they not been able to make those sales, they would definitely have picked up on our deal, Gomez or no Gomez. That's what would have happened.
I just say that, like, I get that you have your opinion on the way that you support the club and how you're critical of the players, and I can have my opinion. Once again, the same freedom and right that you have to have that opinion about like having an opinion. Guess what? I can have that opinion that I don't agree with the way that certain members of our fan base go about kind of slagging off these players and acting like they have amnesia. And that's why I
don't slag off players. I've supported Liverpool for 48 years. I don't slag off players. I just call it as I see it. You, like you said, it's an opinion. You may not like it. And listen, it has not escaped my attention that you don't like how I support Liverpool. How I support Liverpool is how I support Liverpool. Okay? I don't slag off players. That's a comment you shouldn't make about me. Because I invest.
I think Curtis Jones would have a different opinion about that, but I mean,
I invest a lot of my time in supporting my team. You choose to support Liverpool how you choose to support. For you, maybe Liverpool is a Reverend Jesse Jones court. That's you, okay? But slagging off players is not what I do. I call it like I see it. You may not agree with me. I mean, you know, the 12 man, you have been involved with dealing with teams and players. You are pretending that you don't know that our Newcastle deal fell apart because they sold Minter and Lewis Hall. And you are calling it an opinion. How can it be an opinion when it's stated fact?
Wait,
how can it be an opinion?
I don't think. Wait, you're not tracking really. I just told you about.
Come on, man. You see, sometimes, right?
Okay.
You say it's an opinion. Me personally, 12 man,
right.
I have never criticized how you support Liverpool, how you decide to support Liverpool.
Just did.
No, but because you mentioned slagging off players. That's why I had to come at you that way.
I know, that's because I know you slag off Curtis Jones.
I don't slag off players, my brother. I say it like I see it. I don't slag off players. I don't pay them. So I don't slag off players. I don't own Liverpool. I'm only a supporter.
Right. Okay.
And I'm not going to sit there to be talked down to like some little kid. And for you to basically throw punches at me from
so wait, I should be talked to like I'm a little kid?
As if I'm fighting a southpaw. You are throwing punches from sides that I can't see. Well, I can see all of them coming, bro, and I will respond. So don't throw them if you don't want to respond.
What is the question you would like for me to respond to? And I'll
respond.
I
have a point.
Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta push out. You guys,
yeah.
make sure you keep hitting that like button.
All right, Barnes, take it easy.
Pops is gonna continue to stream till whenever you guys going on.
Not anymore.
So love as always.
Yes,
People, stay tuned, hit the socials, and remember Barbados Show on Sunday night on Sarcasm City TV. Love, 12th man, big up, Uncle Albert, big up, Maddie, big up, Pops, love.
Fight night is here. Yeah, we're just the undercard for the Jake Paul fight, the Jake Paul Tyson fight.
yeah, exactly. But yeah, ayo.
Peace out. Be safe.
Peace.
So with all that's going on and stuff, the funny thing about it,
big up, Maddie. Big up 12, big up Albert.
The funny thing about it is. There are certain facts that when you point them out, that people don't like them because they figure that you should like them or whatever. And people always wondered why I had like a dislike of Klopp. And I told people, it's not that I dislike Klopp. I dislike the bullshit he comes and tries to sell me. Because a fact that is very glaring, I remembered him saying that McAllister was his number 6, which the whole world knew was bullshit, because McAllister don't even play a number 6 as a defined role, even with Argentina. But he wanted to try to sell us that bullshit that McAllister is our number 6, right? And as I said, these are the things where I point out, and people, as I said, everybody is entitled to their opinion. You know, some people do it diplomatically, some people do it sarcastically. Me, I just throw it out there and leave it as it is. I don't give a damn. And as I said, like at the end of the day, right, where, because even early on where there was it was said that Jones wasn't a bad player, but I never said he was a bad player either, and that's not disputing what Rod said or anything like that. But the point that I was showing that was clearly stated was Jones got a lot of flack for having his opinion on how he preferred Slots coaching over problem with that, right? Another fact, right, that people fail to understand: Lucho's play went down terribly, and it was because of Klopp. He had injured his leg. And 12, you the stats man, go back and see when he came back from that broken leg or whatever it was, he literally was run ragged. He was run ragged. And that's something I spoke about, but people was like, it's because you don't like Klopp. No, I don't like the bullshit you come with me at, right? The other thing, because I even spoke to it on the show, right? And I'm not debating if Liverpool wanted to get rid of Lucho or anything like that. But again, this is where, as I said, yes, we are a team, but you have to take care of the player as an individual to make him into the team, to integrate him into the team. Because another thing that people fail to understand was when Lucho's appearance was in that kidnapping fiasco. That affected him badly. And I made the point on a show, I was like, if people don't understand that, just try to imagine you have a kid that gets kidnapped or was almost kidnapped. That shit haunts you every time your kid is outside. So all of that factored in to Lucho, his psyche, and all of that sort of stuff, right? And I have sat by and I have seen, and as I said, I'm not calling nobody names because I got no time to play tug of war with nobody.
Right.
But I have sat down in the past and I saw everybody talk shit about Lucho. Now, I'm not debating that he had good spells, bad spells. But this is what I heard. And as I said, it's funny because me, who is the negative one, wasn't found into this shit. Lucho is shit. He need to get off our team, right? And I'm not saying people not entitled to their opinion, but everybody wanted Anthony Gordon. He was the child. He's a Liverpool.
Not everyone, but I get what you're saying. Yeah.
And all that sort of stuff, right? But again, as I said, the thing that none of them paid attention to was what Lucho went through. And that's why I tell people, I am more about the player than the coach and the team. Because if the player is not right, he will never fit into any team, no matter how hard you try, right? And I'm talking this even from a military perspective, right? Then I remembered, because as I said, who am I to question Klopp, right? But when he had Kwanzaa, and everybody was like, oh, Kwanzaa this, and Kwanzaa deserved to be the starting center back near to Virgil, and, you know, all of a sudden, Konate started to get downshifted. A lot of people fail to understand that Konate had a lot of running and covering to do for a certain player on the right-hand side, right? But people didn't want to see that, right? People didn't want to see that. And then the next thing that, as I said, for the life of me, as I said, people will sing Trent his praises and all that sort of stuff. He could cross the best ball. Fair enough. These people who want to talk about going forward, Trent in the midfield, all I got to say, laughable. He can come in and he can create havoc, cause a situation, cause a problem, cause players to second guess. Now you have to account for him out of position. But I would like to see how you all would come to appreciate and love him so much if he actually was to become a midfielder. And then who the hell in our midfield he's going to push out? Because everybody talk, well, oh yeah, the defensive midfield. He ain't coming into the midfield to play no defensive midfield position. He's want to be going forward. And as great as he is, everybody got to realize there's limitations to everybody. Right? So, like they alluded to, and sometimes it's all about timing, but most of the times it comes down to the person who comes after the next man. Because even in American football, when Jimmy Johnson left the Cowboys and Barry Switzer came in, although he didn't have the same ready-made team, it took him at least 2 years before he adjusted the team to play how he wanted them to play in order to go on and win 2 more Super Bowls. So the part where people are saying like, oh, Slot has a ready-made team and they should fit in seamlessly, you could give a guy a Ferrari and he could drive it like shit and crash it into the side of the road or whatever. So people got to understand what Slot is doing. He's very astute. And in regards to where the question was asked basically with how we start off games. I'm confident that that is something that he's doing trial and error with, and maybe he will continue it, maybe he will not, or maybe he's waiting to get another player that he wants that may be able to help push that type of a first half where we see we are literally on the front foot and we don't have to do as much adjustments in the second half. So as I say, at the end of the day, just like how Gravenberch wasn't a success much in the club system and people question him, what a lot of people fail to also understand about Grav was after what's his name? De Bruyne from Man City, he was rated almost as high as him at his age when he first came out. So that says a lot. Sometimes, as they say, it takes a different locksmith to unlock the vault. And that's all that's happening. So we are along for the ride. We see how it goes. Hopefully we get the necessary reinforcements or the supplements to push us through to June, where we can be looking at the other rest of the table and saying how you like it now, because now we went and create history, first time coach winning the Prem.
There you go. I can get behind that.
First thing for us.
I put a stat in the I put a stat in the chat there, just to kind of
hold on, let me look at it 1 second.
Give some clarification as to why I don't think it is. You normally don't get rid of a player that is got the second most minutes on the team. We all talk about how Mac is so important, so influential, so essential to this team. He got third in the list. Now, I have been advocating the fact that the only reason why I was even remotely interested in entertaining offers for Ibu last year is because of his availability. Because I put in a number, 3,117 minutes is what VVD played last year. Ibu should be somewhere in that ranking, but he wasn't close. VVD played over twice the amount of minutes that Ibu was available and played last year. That's the only reason why I've been very vocal about Ibu needs to be more available and needs to be someone that we can even remotely rely on. But again, I don't think you move away, or you don't actively say you're trying to sell a player like Lucho if he's someone that you obviously rely on so heavily. And not only did he get the second most amount of minutes last year, and we talked about Virgil van Dijk starting 36 times. He started in 36 matches. You know who started more matches than him? Luis Diaz, the player that was not playing so well last year. The player that we are reportedly, or from some people's perspective, trying to actively move on and sell. I don't think that was the case. I don't think you set a high evaluation for him. I also don't think that Dominic Solanke, who was sold for about 18 million pounds, or excuse me, I think he was bought for 18 million. No, he was sold for 18 million. Excuse me. He ended up getting sold for 50 some million to Spurs, right? I don't think that saying that a player that was 18 million pound acquisition initially for or sale for us is the equivalent of a close to 40 million pound player, someone that is double the market evaluation. And it's not like we're talking about two players that play even like defense and then this player plays offense. Solanke is a striker. What they did with Solanke was phenomenal. The business that Edwards did was phenomenal. But I don't think that is bringing up a Solanke to try to emphasize your point against Lucho, I don't think is a like for like evaluation when it comes to trying to say, well, this is what we did for Dominic Solanke, so this is why it applies to Lucho. I just don't agree with that. So just want to make sure I get that right clear.
Before you go, Uncle, 1 second.
12, yeah.
1 second, Uncle, hold on. I think the point that Uncle is speaking on, which I think everybody would agree on, Liverpool drives a hard bargain when it comes to selling players. They have always, if you come in with this amount, they usually push the boundary to a higher amount, because we have had some sales where we scratch our head and say, how the hell did Edwards get that money out of that club for that particular person? So, as I said, I'm just saying on the point with not agreeing or disagreeing with either party, that Liverpool is kind of notorious for saying, guess what? You will pay our price and all at the end of the day, because even if we go back to Luis Suarez, when Arsenal tried to make the cheeky bid by 1 pence, that ended failure for Arsenal, that sort of stuff. So, as I said, I'm just saying, and usually with Edwards in the boat or in the clubhouse, teams tend to get fleeced hard with Edwards, because even what was his name? Oh gosh, I don't remember players who root to the club. The one who club brought in and he went to Barcelona and he ended up kind of like getting injured and he didn't work out as much as he did, and we fleeced Barcelona for a ton of money, and then Edwards also put in a stipulation you can't come back to buy.
The magician.
Yeah, there you go. That you all couldn't come back to buy a player from Liverpool for at least 2 years. That is classic. So just say, but go ahead, Uncle.
See, once again, I said 12 man is throwing those southpaw punches, but I'm listening to you. My initial reference was not even to Solanke, but you chose Solanke. I talked about the 2 boys we sold to Brentford. Those 2 kids we sold to Brentford last summer, I wouldn't buy them for 10 pence. But we managed to get 40+ million pounds for them. And then there was the kid we sold to Sheffield United. I think that was that for me, apart from Coutinho, of course, was Edwards' biggest achievement. I forgot, is it Ryan Bertrand? Is it, what's his name? Ryan
Brewster.
Something?
Brewster.
Ryan Brewster. We sold him for what? 28 million pounds. We sold him to Sheffield United. What were they thinking? There are several iterations I could go through. This boy, we sold him for 10 million. Look, we bought. It
wasn't 28. But I get what you're saying. It was more like 23 million. But I get what you're saying.
Reimbursement
was 20. It was 23. It wasn't 28. That's a big difference. Yeah.
The boy we sold to Salzburg. What was
Bobby Clark?
Yeah, Bobby Clark. I could go on and on and on and on. Liverpool drive a notoriously hard bargain when they are selling. When they buy, they want to buy on the cheap. So I wasn't making a specific reference to Solanke. In any case, we got a very, very good deal for Solanke at that time we sold him for. We are talking what, 2017? Was it 2017 we sold him? So to Bournemouth, we got a good price for him. That's what I'm saying. So the fact still remains that whether you call it potato or whatever, however you want to call it, tomato, we were trying to sell Luis Diaz. It is not necessarily for how many minutes he did or didn't have. So I'm going to go to a point for which I differed with you, but I never even tried to call you out. And it's on Konate. I have always maintained that the reason why Konate gets injured were two reasons. One, because I thought he was too heavy. Two, I thought he was doing too much work for Trent. This season, those two things have been rectified. Konate is still playing. My touch wood, he will continue to play. And everybody has seen that he's slimmer, he's meaner. Trent is doing more defending. So Konate is not getting injured. He's not covering as much ground. That may be my take, may be a rubbish take to you, but it's a valid take. You have a different reason why you thought he should be giving us more minutes, but I have a different reason why I thought he wasn't giving us more minutes. Because if Konate was getting as injured as he got regularly at Liverpool, Liverpool wouldn't have bought him. When he was at Leipzig, Liverpool wouldn't have bought him. So there are different answers to the same question. You may imbibe it one way, I imbibe it the other way. But I think that most people who watch the game that we are playing now have seen that there's a certain efficiency in our game that seems to be helping the team. There is a lack of individualism in our team that seems to be helping the team. And we're good for it. At the end of the day, if we win the league title, what you are saying today, what I am saying today, won't matter. We would have won the league title, we'll celebrate. If we win, I don't want any Carabao Cups anyway. I don't want any Carabao Cups this season. I would rather forgo the Carabao Cup. It's a waste of my time. But if we win the league, or we win the Champions League, or both of them, any combination of them, however we are going, we're all happy. But once again, this last season, and Mari and I were the piñadas of people saying we're always going a club, and we're always. But those inefficiencies were there. Oh, club haters! No, don't talk about club. There's that. It seems to have petered out, hasn't it? Now the narrative has changed that Klopp is the one who built the foundation for Slot to come and take over. Yeah, that's also a narrative. I can get that. I can do with that.
It's also true. It's not a narrative. It's true.
Well, it's the same John the Baptist narrative, but at the end of the day, it was Jesus that built the church. Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. We have varied opinions. I'm saying to you today, right, that if Klopp and Linders were still there today, we still have the same problems we're having, because nothing will change. Look, when I was at Anfield,
You can't say that.
Milner would still be on the team.
I was at Anfield when we lost.
You can't say that, Albert. You can't say that.
No. Listen,
you can't say that.
Anderson and Milner would be on the team.
It's a reasonable inference. It's
But
a
you can't
reasonable
say that.
inference.
You cannot say that if they were still here, that it would be exactly the same. You can't say that because they're not.
Let me tell you why I'm saying
why
that.
are you even bothering? Why are you having the conversation?
No, let me tell you why I'm saying that. Do you remember that Klopp said, and I'm quoting him, that when players are having a bad patch, you play through the bad patch? Do you remember he said that? When players are having a bad patch under Slot, what does he do? He hooks you. When we played Nottingham Forest, and that day I had the privilege of being there, I was so despondent. I was like, what the hell is this coach doing? When he brought in Bradley to come and play alongside Trent, and he put Trent in the midfield. I'm saying it because Mandy has brought up this Trent midfield matter. That was when the game was killed, effectively, when he took off McAllister and brought in Bradley and moved Trent into the midfield. That essentially was when the game was killed. Next time, when there's an international week and they come and there's a go around, what does he do? He doesn't field McAllister. He doesn't even start him because he didn't want a repeat of the same, right? Klopp would have done the same thing because that's his style. So the stylistics matter. It is not that somebody is going after somebody and the stylistics do matter. Like I said, John the Baptist came to prepare the way, but Jesus built the church. Simple. I'm sorry for those of you who are not religious and don't like religion. Unfortunately for me, I happen to be religious, and so sometimes I throw in those things. But and once again, I apologize if what I said rubbed you the wrong way.
Okay. I guess if for a fifth, we'd all be drunk. I just don't know. To say that Klopp his system hasn't adjusted over the years, I think that you, not you personally, but I think that someone would probably say that you're not accurately watching the game, because I think that it's the same reason why people will say, if I asked you what formation, because I know I love doing tactical breakdowns. Some people do, some people don't. But if I were to ask you what formation Klopp utilized or what formation he uses, most people say a 4-3-3. In an actual interview, and I can quote him as well, just like you did, he came out and said that sometimes we're in a 4-3-3, sometimes we're in a 4-4-2, sometimes we're in a, we're in different variations, 4-2-3-1, as in there's different variations of it all. Right now, the one unique thing about this offense, that, or at least this formation and system that we're seeing, is called a rigid fluidity. It's called, okay? And what the rigid fluidity means is that, yes, it is a fluid system. You have players that are able to be interchangeable on the system, but there's a rigidness to it, that it's not as completely interchangeable as we saw with Klopp. In the case of, sometimes we would see players in positions where you're like, what is that player doing there? What is that player doing there? Especially when we utilize the inverted. And these are all things that have to be noted. But one last part and point I wanted to make, which was the reference about the players that you offered up. In no way and in no terms of the word would I ever bring up Sepp Vandenberg, Fab, Solanke. I would never put any of those players in the realms of what I look at Lucho is, the level that I think Lucho is at. And I will admit that
I wasn't doing that either. I was just talking about 12 man. I was just talking about the amount of money we get for players when we offer them. That's all.
Okay. I'm gonna address that too. I'm gonna address that. I got you. And why I wouldn't do that, but also the money that we got for those players, albeit Edwards is a stern, and Hughes is taking a step out of his playbook. They are stern negotiators, obviously. They're going to set a price. Liverpool's going to set a price, and they're going to be stern with it. Often, quite a few times, if you really want to get to it, and you look at the transfers that we've had before in the past, quite often we allow for players to leave for less than what we think they are worth, to be honest with you, for less than what we actually really want to evaluate these players for. I often have been my personal opinion, I've been somewhat critical of the fact that for some reason we have high ratings or high values for our own players, but when we try to resell these players, often we don't get this value. As of late, yes, we have been, because we've made an initial effort towards building our youth academy that has also been able to be showcased in a lot of different games, to the point where we're able to get prices that are closer to the evaluation that they set for these players. And why I'm bringing up all these points again is because when it comes to the players that we're talking about, it's different settings. If we wanted to get rid of Lucho for a price, and I've had this conversation plenty of times on my own channel, and Pops has been on the channel sometimes, he might even have been a part of the conversation maybe once or twice, you know, when it comes to the evaluations of these players, the evaluation for Lucho, whether you go to transfer market, if you go to transfer market, for instance, they're usually relatively right on for the market value at least. Lucho was one of the highest market valued players on our team. That's with the Mo Salah. That's with the VVD. Now, am I saying that Lucho is better than Mo Salah? Am I saying he's better than Virgil van Dijk? No, I am not. But what I am saying is the age that the player is, the actual market value that the player brings because of his contract is all relative. And Lucho was asking, the price that Lucho was being put at was a price that was, I thought, fair, but it was also maybe a price that says, I don't know if Albert can hear me, but it's the same thing as this. If you guys have homes or if you have cars, I'm sure you might have a car or maybe a home. I'm not certain, but maybe you do, okay, that you own. Now, I'm certain that unless you're in the market trying to actively sell your car, let's just use a car, for instance. That's something that we probably all have, or at least have some means of. If you're trying to sell your car, that's one thing. But if you have a price in your mind as to what it is that you want because you like your car, chances are you're going to put a high price on it. And you're going to say, if you want this car, or you want this, let's just use car again. If you want this car, you're going to have to pay the price that I set as my evaluation. It might be high in your mind, but guess what? I don't have to sell. We don't have to sell Lucho. Lucho also is the major factor in Lucho's favor, at least in favorability from a club perspective, is the sheer fact that Lucho is on £55,000 a week. His contract was phenomenal for what the player offered in return in productivity. And also, you might say, oh, he's underpaid. Yes, I agree. He might be underpaid when you look at the entire market and the players that he's comparable to. But also, when we originally bought him, because I do pay him, I do love paying mind to the numbers and dislikes. He was on 27,000 when he's making 27,000 when he's playing in Portugal. So when he came to Liverpool, we offered him over double what he was making in Portugal. That's why he signed that deal. That's why that deal was actually a deal that was palatable for him. So if you have a player that's on 55K and has his dad, doing dancing cumbia in the background and talking about his son's Barcelona dreams, that's a definite ploy of getting your son possibly either the move he wants or getting him the contract that pays him more accountably to what he's producing and what is comparable to the players to his level are producing. That's simple. And that's why I'm saying some of what I've been listening or been trying to get across, I don't believe is factual when you actually weigh in those facts. That's not me making up a number. That's not me trying to make a number up so it fits my narrative. That's a factual state. And that's why I'm saying that's the logic behind why the math's not mathing. And that's at least what I perceive as being the case when it comes to Lucho and when it comes to why I said that statement.
12
But
man.
can but
12
can
man.
but can Barcelona
Manny,
afford anybody?
Let
give me 1
me just
second. 12
say,
man.
everyone just jumps on into it. Go ahead.
12 man. You realize that as fickle as most of us are, and I think your whole premise is based on how fickle we are as a fan base, or some of us are as individuals. Nobody's asking for Lucho to be sold. Why? It's not because we don't have patience. It's because he's playing better. Nobody is calling for Darwin Núñez to be sold because Darwin is playing better. Indeed, Darwin is now playing the false nine role that Klopp wanted him to play. So what has happened? It's the same player, a few months. Something has happened. And I like you spoke about something that is the first thing you have said this evening that I agree with you with, on the rigidity of
All
how
right.
on the rigidity of how Slot plays. The rigidity means there's less indiscipline on the pitch. Simple. He's also not playing McAllister as a lone six. So at least for me, as an engineer, what I see is that he has more or less divided the field into two and says, you lot are responsible for this part, you lot are responsible for that part. So there is more of a division of labor. One person is not abandoning posts and just doing whatever the heck he wants, and then somebody else has to cover. And then one person is not sitting in front, just one person who, to all intents and purposes, is not a Rodri or a Fabinho sitting in front covering for the center backs. Players have different abilities. So for me, I see that he is actually utilizing the synergy or synergizing the efficiencies of the players much better. I'm not saying that is the reason why we are having the results we are having. Some of that has to do with individual players as well, because my sense, just me, my sense was that he wasn't getting on too well with someone like Salah towards the end of his reign. Maybe not. But that rigidity that you are talking about has made for better discipline on the pitch. My sense. I've seen, how many of Liverpool's matches have I seen? I've seen 5. And when you are actually watching them on the pitch, when you are courtside, there are a lot of things you see that the TV doesn't show. So even like from height, you look at their formation. When they are defending, everybody is defending. I'm sure you've seen even Darwin being an auxiliary centre back when he needs to be. So it's just getting better. Really, for me, it's getting better. That is not to say that the previous guys were not doing any. If anything at all, they bought the players, so they knew something. Okay, I'm talking about utilizing the efficiencies that those players bring to the table, like Gravenberch. What Gravenberch is showing now, and Maddie says something that is very instructive. I wanted to bring it up, but I didn't say it because I didn't want to be jumped upon. But since he said it, I'm going to say it too. Gravenberch was rated as the top youngster, even ahead of the likes of Bellingham at that time. What happened to him was he made bad choices. Of course, he rectified the bad choices he made. But so we are seeing what the Sages saw in him right now. And I dare say he's probably the best halfback playing in the league right now, seeing that Rodri is injured. So it's all good. It's coming together nicely. Let's hope that what happens to us in February, late January and February, doesn't happen. Fingers crossed,
it won't happen. And if we win the league, great, because I know I speak for all of us when I say we are all tired of Man City winning the league. And we are all tired of Arsenal talking as if they can win the league when they can't win shit. After spending £700 million,
Well,
they are
here's
still
something that I can agree with you on. How about that?
Yeah.
Two things have happened. There you go. I agree with you on that point. How about that?
The biggest thing we agree
should I
on.
end it now? Should I end it now? Should I end it now?
Supporting Liverpool.
Yeah, I
The
know,
biggest
gotcha.
thing we agree on is supporting Liverpool. It's the best thing you can do.
Yes. Yeah.
12, you need to update your wall, 12.
Yeah.
I need to see 10 over your left
yeah,
shoulder.
Yeah, I know. There's some
This
some
is a
shitty
little
team
too-
that calls themselves Man United that claim they've got a new coach. It's going to be more of the same. We all know that. This other guy is selling a good PR job.
Okay.
He says he's in tune with the culture of Man United. Same guy who was in tune with the culture of West Ham and then was in tune with the culture of Liverpool. Same result. They'll come to Anfield in February. We'll run them up again. And we'll see how much his culture is.
I have a quick question before we get ready to jump off, because I know it's nearing that time. So the question, because I found it kind of strange when I heard it, because it was to do with Kelleher, where people were saying that when Ali got back over his injury or whatever, he comes straight into the team, right? Because he's the best keeper in the world.
Right. That he is.
I'm puzzled with that because I'm confused, because yes, he's the best keeper in the world, right? But we know Kelleher is going to be leaving next season, right? There's no doubt about it. So far, Kelleher has been pretty damn good in between the sticks. Wouldn't I not try to leave him there a bit more? Because that drives up his value at the end of the summer. I'm just asking this stupid
problem
question.
is the out of contract, buddy.
As I said,
he out of contract. So I'm not so sure you get a lot of drive up on any fees coming his way. And the reality is, right, as much as he's playing well, during the summer, only one team came for him, and they were offering Matt Turner, or whatever his name is, and about 10 million. So as good as we think Kelleher is, not many people outside of us were matching.
Oh no, many of them outside in the Prem would be like, because if people saying if you go to Chelsea or whatever, they become top 4 and all that sort of stuff. He can help a lot of teams in the Prem.
No, but don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he wouldn't. I'm just saying at the point in time where we probably had more latitude to sell him at the during summer, when he had a year left, no one came in. No, there's nothing left basically. So he pretty much walks through the door for nothing, unless we get
he's
it.
got 2 years left. He does have 2 years left. Or he's got 2 years left. Doing this, Kelleher.
Who?
This is his Kelleher.
He has 2 years.
2.
This isn't his last
year.
Next year. Yeah. Possibly.
I thought it was this year.
See, I knew that.
No, it's not this year.
June 30th, 2026 is when his
See, I knew that.
Oh.
So he has like another year or so.
That's very interesting, actually. Then I thought it was this was the last year.
No. So that's why I'm saying, like, why are we not
Yarros? The Yarros, maybe you're mixing them up. Yarros is
Yarros is done. He's done for sure, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But when it comes to contracts,
so this is why I asked, why are we not trying
including
to
this year, obviously. He's got 2 years.
Maddy, you are asking a very, very difficult and very political question. Now you're playing politics. You know,
not really.
No, listen. I tell you why he's playing politics.
Tell him, Pops.
Maddy knows the answer. He knows the answer to his question.
So, listen, it's very, 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 very difficult to say that Alisson is fit and you're keeping him on the bench. I mean, it's almost impossible to say. It's also very, 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 very difficult to say that Kelleher throws up the kinds of performances he's thrown up. And as soon as Alisson comes back, you are relegating him to the bench. So this is like a man with two very beautiful wives who are essentially twins. Because Kelleher is unbelievable. Look at the saves he pulled off against Aston Villa. Look at those
He's
saves.
a very good reflex keeper.
His reflexes are unbelievable. So what do you do? In more ways than one, maybe you are safe when Alisson is injured and you know he's injured and it's like Alisson is injured. So in more ways than one, there may be some people who say, okay, Alisson's hamstring shouldn't heal for a while. Then we have an excuse to keep Kelleher in the post. And that's the reason why he should leave. I mean, if I were his father, that's the reason why I think he should leave. Right now, thankfully, we are driving up his price. And hopefully, at the end of the season, we get good money for him because there are many teams that need a good goalkeeper. Long term, though, long term, though, I'm questioning why Liverpool don't make a point. Didn't make a point of keep making him Alisson's potential replacement if Alisson leaves, and giving him a better contract. Because one of the sticking points that many, looking behind the page, if it was an Excel sheet, is that the guy is paid £10,000 a week. That's ridiculous. So why don't you do him a better contract and let him stay? Why don't you just do that?
Because, but Albert, he was third choice. He was third choice keeper when he signed that contract for 10 grand.
So do a better one. What stops them from making it better? That's the question I'm asking.
Because the stats men have looked and said Mamardashvili is 6'7", 6'8", and he's the next thing. Yep. So they've decided that he's the next best thing. Kells is good, yes, but he's not deemed the next best thing. That's just the reality.
Pops, you don't need to be 10 foot tall to be a good goalkeeper.
I agree, but if you're 6'7", 6'8", and you move like Alisson Becker, then it helps.
Yeah, Alisson is 6'3", 6'4", isn't he? Is he 6'4"?
Teach height.
He's bigger. That's what I'm saying. He's bigger than Alisson.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know, but there are a lot of goalkeepers who are a lot bigger than even Alisson, and they are shit.
But
right?
He's not though. He's not. That's the thing.
Like the goalkeeper, like that guy.
Yeah, but can I interject?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Chief.
Can I interject? Because as I said, I like to ask these stupid ass questions.
Go ahead.
Wasn't Kelleher stuck behind our goddamn Liverpool welcoming Spanish diplomat?
You're talking about Adrian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So again, so you see, this is where I'm like confused, because again, all of this kind of happened when that crap fellow was in charge too.
But but one would argue, Maddie, if you think Kells is that good, that Klopp's done a good job to keep him at the club this long, on 10 grand a week, being this potentially top keeper that everybody's suddenly seeing now that he's played a stretch of games where Alisson's not been around. I mean, Kelleher's always been all right for me. If Alisson got hurt and Kelleher had to come between the sticks, it was never an issue for me. He won the cups. You saw him between his sticks for big games, and he's capable as a deputy. But the problem is, I just use the term deputy. That means when the sheriff is back in town, the deputy's going to sit down.
But again,
with all
Pops,
due respect.
No, but again, Pops, the Spanish diplomat was on a hell of a bigger salary than dude.
He was on 60K.
And every time we had that diplomat in the front between the sticks, it was worrisome. Anybody who says different, lying to themselves in the mirror.
He won the Super Cup. And
Super
started
Cup.
the league campaign. We won though.
He won the Super Cup. He won the Super Cup and
hold on a
fucked us
second.
up against Atletico.
I gotta ask a question.
He fucked us up against Atletico. Well. Come on, Pop. Stop that. Stop.
The Super Cup or whatever it is.
But he started the season when Alisson was hurt.
Again, Pops, we go in with what you said, the Super Cup,
Mhm.
right? That's basically a kind of a glorified tournament.
A one-hit wonder, one game.
Right. How many teams in the world, if they don't win a premiership to get to that point, does dream about a Super Cup?
Yeah, but see, the Super Cup comes from winning European trophies.
No, again, but this is what I'm saying. That is like me saying, I'm thinking about
you are being disingenuous, and I can tell by the smile behind your teeth. That's the smile of being disingenuous, man. Why aren't you talking about
$32 million car is only going to apply to millionaires,
that put us
not
out of
to
the
me and
Champions
you.
League?
So Matty is going to appeal to a billionaire.
Did I speak an untruth? Did I speak an untruth? That's all. Did I speak an untruth?
It's a disingenuous.
I was just going to say, Matty. One thing I can say is that you used the reference about American football, at least, right? One of the things I know that coaches here for American football or for basketball, even for football / soccer, whatever you want to call it, a lot of times coaches or managers will say you shouldn't lose your starting position because of injury. You shouldn't lose it because of injury. That's a term you've heard before, I'm sure. And albeit Ali got injured, but Ali wasn't dropped or moved from starting goalkeeper because of his play. It was only because of his injury. So when he is healthy, he will get the nod to be the first starter. Unless he's
again,
not
Pops,
fit
that may be
enough
true.
to do it.
But
That's
going
different
with
story.
the FSG model, then they're full of bullshit because you're supposed to be maximizing the shit you're going to be selling. So that's why, as I said, FSG out. Bullshit. I don't want to hear that story.
But
I don't want to hear that shit. Because they're such a club about money driven.
Maddie, give me 1 second. Let me ask 12 man
Bullshit
something.
with that
12
FSG
man.
bullshit.
We didn't do that. We didn't do that. We didn't do that with Trent, did we?
What do you mean by Trent?
what?
Who did Trent succeed in the
Starting?
fullback position?
Klein?
Yeah.
You mean
When
Klein?
Klein got injured, when he came back, we didn't put him straight back in, did we?
Yeah, but he broke his back though, didn't he?
He didn't break his back. He broke his knee. He came back and we sold him. We didn't even put him back there.
Yeah, that's because he wasn't coming back to be back though. Klein hasn't come back.
No.
Klein has never come back. Plus, there was some issues. There was issues too. There was issues with
No,
Klein.
12 man said you shouldn't lose your starting position because you were injured. And I was saying that when Nathan Klein came back from injury, we didn't put him straight back in, which we sold him.
Right.
But Klein
But
isn't
also,
Alisson. Klein isn't Alisson.
To answer my answer for that question would be, I understand that you're saying Klein got injured. He should have probably been given the starting role back when he was healthy. But I don't know, one, if he was at that level to be able to start instead of Trent, also,
No, I mean,
um,
thing is,
if,
nobody's quibbling with Allison walking straight back in the team. He's the best goalkeeper in the world. Period. There's no argument with that. That's just it.
Mhm.
But the question is whether Kelleher is not the second best goalkeeper in the world. That's the
I
question.
think I'm with you on. I'm with a lot of people. At least I've been
Mm.
saying quite a bit. I remember I asked Drifty this question, and that was, I think that Kelleher could start on easily half of the teams in the league. He could be the starting goalkeeper for easily. I think that you could even say that he could be a starter for 3/4 of the league.
Yeah, I will go with 9/10 of the league, because apart from Emi Martinez and Edison, I don't see any team that has a better goalkeeper than him, because he's a better goalkeeper than Vicario, easily better than Vicario.
Mm-hmm.
Easily better than Vicario. Name them. It's better than Marcel's. I mean, look at how he played for Ireland yesterday. See, yesterday or today, whatever your time. What a goalkeeper. And he seems to be getting better. You know, this guy, Lee Carsley, said something about just, I digress a little bit, but Lee Carsley said something about Curtis Jones, that what Curtis Jones needs is opportunity to play, because something always happens to Curtis Jones that stops him from playing. I think Kelleher needs to play, and the more he plays, the better he gets in front of
That's
our
where
eyes.
he's gonna go.
Because, sorry?
That's where he's gonna go.
Yeah, he has to go. He has to go. Unfortunately, he has to go. I don't necessarily buy the narrative that Mamadashvili is better than him. I don't think so, because Valencia are going to be relegated, and Mamadashvili is their goalkeeper.
I can't tell you, to be
Sorry?
honest. I'm just telling you what. I can't tell you that he is or isn't, but I'm
No,
just
I
telling
know.
you what the
You're
club
just
has
saying-
seen, and that's what they decided. You know.
You're
So
just saying what the club has seen. I also
Yeah.
think that maybe there's some hidden narrative in there that this guy Allison is going to actually leave before his time. So we'll see.
he's going in 27. So his contract runs to 27.
Yeah, man. I'm still low key. I'm still of the opinion that women shouldn't be boxing, but that's just me, man.
I'm going to leave before any of these people watching me might start coming after poor me.
Man, what kind of blood?
I done got enough cross to carry.
What kind of blood fest did I just watch? Jeez.
I'm gonna let you lovely gentlemen go and get ready for Tyson versus
Same here.
That's the next fight, right?
Jake Paul. Yeah, that's next one up if you are watching. So
that bomb Jake
we
Paul,
got to
man.
the chat.
How you gonna go? How you gonna roll up on Mike, man? How you gonna roll up on Mike? What a bomb.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see in a few minutes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, folks, it was nice. You all have a good night. Have a great
Yeah,
weekend.
yeah,
Get
man.
some rest.
You guys take it easy,
Stay
man.
safe.
Prophet, take it easy.
Because we live in a
Definitely.
crazy world.
Take it easy.
You all enjoy the rest of your night.
99, good talking with you. Pops.
Bless
Pleasure.
up.
Top of the league.
Always.
Top of the league, guys.
Top of the leagues, people.
Big up 12. Big up Maddie. Big up to the chat. Bless.
Bless.